The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
The day will come when we recapture our destiny, and sorry won't be good enough. These are the Knights of the White Table. I'm really honored to be able to serve White Wellbeing with you heroes and be able to stand against the attacks on Western kind, Western civilization. The great news about yesterday, the thing that should absolutely fill you with excitement for White Wellbeing, is that the anti-whites revealed something to us yesterday that we could have never found out on our own. We don't have the technology at our fingertips. We don't have the wealth at our fingertips. We don't have the social capital or the connections at our fingertips. They reveal something to us that we could have never discovered on our own. With their wealth, with their power, with their connections in government, with their anti-white stooges throughout the tech industry who were just anti-white at every level of those businesses, tapping down into the lives, into all of the lives of whites, not just in the United States, but all across the West, ladies and gentlemen, because remember, they were talking not just about the United States, they were talking about the entire West, all of Western civilization. They tap down into all of your lives, and they see what you're looking at, and they know what you're doing, and they know with their predictive models what you're thinking, and what you will be thinking tomorrow. And what did they reveal to us about that? They just revealed that tomorrow is ours. The white masses of millions across the West are turning to us. They're turning to White Wellbeing. The anti-whites know it. They see it with all of their algorithms, with all of their programs, with all of their invasive programs, and all of their snooping and stooging into everything you look and buy and do and say and share. They know that you are not happy. They know that the millions of middle-class, working-class whites across the entire Western civilization are unhappy with a prospect of an anti-white, non-white Western civilization, and that they are beginning now to revoke their loyalty, to take that loyalty back from these entities, the governments, the churches, the universities, and that they are looking elsewhere for answers. They know way in advance that this is happening. They can see it. Their actuaries have plotted it. Today is not ours, but tomorrow is. Now I say at the end of this stream, as I said at the beginning, now is the time to redouble our efforts, to triple our efforts, to get to these people with this doctrine of white well-being, not another slogan of conservatism, not another pathetic ideology, or another new flag, or another new right this, or new right that, or alt-right this, not another campaign slogan, not another nothing that loses again and again. This curative contagion for white well-being, this is what the soil is written for. This is what will turn our people to our cause so that we can recapture our destiny. Let's be there for them. This is what the anti-whites revealed to us yesterday. It is not black pills, folks. It is white pills. It is a positivity. It is a rising dawn in the West. And I now take up the sword of this conflict. And I stride with purpose into that shining light of that Western sunrise, into a soil that grows richer by the minute, that is made clear to us with wealth and technology and invasion and privacy that the anti-whites have, and that they know and have affirmed for us yesterday in that committee hearing, that tomorrow belongs to us. Let's go free. When we recapture our destiny, sorry won't be good enough. Those individuals who stood out against the time, we look back and we're like, that is an extraordinary person. It takes an extraordinary constitution and character to be able to do that. And we have handfuls and handfuls of these people here in service to white well-being, each of them the equivalent of tens of thousands of audience members. How do we recapture our destiny? Forget about that. The question is, how do we put one foot in front of the other? That mountain peak of recapturing our destiny isn't going anywhere. We just need to walk toward it. We just need to head that direction. I will help us put one foot in front of the other. I'll need you to help us to put another foot in front of the other, and then you to help us put another foot in front of the other, and then you to help us. And by being active in this cause, by making a contribution, by doing a little thing every day or every other day or every 3 or 4 or 5 days, by doing something, you, instead of being depressed, you will be filled with energy. You will be filled with the ideas and the excitement that things can be done. You can be a success. You can help us reach that hill, the top of that hill. You can help us surmount that mountain and recapture our destiny. The northern star, my friends, hangs right above that mountaintop. And when we get there, it'll be in hand's grasp. We just have to take those steps. So let's take them together. Let's have those who are interested in helping me with this minutes segment. I have a lot of things going on right now. But I'll never stop taking on more to the cause of white well-being. This is my life. If you've read Born Guilty, you know where I come from. You know how this got started for me. And you know it is bone of my bone, marrow of my marrow, spirit of my spirit. There'll be nothing but love and service to white well-being in this body until the very last breath. And then if I'm able to serve after that, you damn well better see me do it. All right, Phoenix Fire, super chatting by way of the familiar alternative, $5. I hope this works here. Thank you very much, Dean, for the kind super chat. Bless you. Stiff salute from Ethiopian Healing, man. We love you. That is so epic. When I opened that, I was like, oh my God, this champion. 1,000. Things are getting exciting. This is why the anti-whites are trying to shut us down. This is why they hate the process of going free. There are participants in service to white well-being that are truly just in. They are in it to win. They are in this game. They want to be the hero in our story. They're writing themselves into our story, our book, as the most glorious of heroes. There'll be nothing but love and service to white well-being in this body until the very last breath. And then if I'm able to serve after that, you damn well better see me do it. Tomorrow belongs to us. Let's go free. We get the opportunity to be heroes. We'll stand in this gap and be the men of the West and women of the West who we need. Now is the age. Now is the time.
Trying to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. Here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts, and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my years for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, eyes they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
You absolutely know we will on this glorious Easter Sunday. Ladies and gentlemen, our featured stories today: how feds take over white resistance. My thesis: developing white identity. And of course, you all know very well that anti-Jews are not pro-white. The Go Free lesson of the day is going to be my thesis for developing white identity. And of course, your comments and questions. And then there's this. A Sikh, a Hindu, and a Buddhist all die and go to heaven. St. Peter greets them at the gate and tells them, well, I have good news and I have bad news. St. Peter's a Southerner, all right? Just go with it. The bad news is you boys backed the wrong horse. Christianity is the one true faith. The good news is that you still have a chance to enter heaven. You just need to answer one question. He turns to the Sikh and asks, boy, what's the meaning of Easter? The man thinks about it and then nervously answers, that's the holiday where a fat man flies around the world and gives toys to children. St. Peter tightens his belt, from which a desert eagle is hanging. I'm sorry, but that's wrong. And with that, a trapdoor opens, and he falls to hell, with a puff of smoke and a scream escaping the closing trapdoor. St. Peter, grinning, then asks the Hindu man, what's the meaning of Easter? The Hindu man looks at St. Peter and confidently says, that's the holiday where a bunny gives eggs to children. St. Peter smiles. I'm sorry, partner, but that's wrong. And the trapdoor opens once again, a puff of smoke and a short scream. Finally, while placing his hand on the desert eagle, he asks the Buddhist, what's the meaning of Easter? The Buddhist thinks for a moment before he speaks solemnly. A great man, Jesus, came to earth preaching a message of peace and love. He's betrayed and killed, crucified on a cross. His followers take his body and they place it in a hole. After 3 days, he rises from the hole. If he sees his shadow, there are 2 more weeks of winter. We are going free, ladies and gentlemen, on this glorious Easter Sunday. I knew you would like St. Peter as a Southerner. Isn't he much better as a Southerner? It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia. It is 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. It is Sunday all around planet Earth. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to each and every single one of you. What time is it where you are as we are beginning to go free on this glorious Sunday with the weather? The clouds are puffy and white. The planes are not spraying anything into the air. They're puffy and white. The temperature is totally epic. It is 74 beautiful. Is that what it is? 75 beautiful degrees here in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. Looks like we're up and running on all of our different platforms. Let me just correct that over there. And what are you up to today? Where are you? What has your Easter weekend been like today? It's been a wild one in some parts of the United States. I got to tell you, the new leaders of the white race have emerged, and they have some very interesting things to say. But we have St. Peter, the Southerner. I tell you, he's a lot more likable that way, isn't he? I'm sorry, partner. That old St. Peter, he was too stuffy and lame. This new one, he's badass. Great to be here with everybody. Great to see every single one of you. Make sure you take the opportunity to share that we are live. Tweet, quote, tweet, retweet, post, give a like across all of the platforms you're on. It is your absolute obligation and duty as part of your swashbuckling to bring the recapture of our destiny into our very hands. And let's give a big thank you, a big happy Easter Sunday thank you to the great For White Wellbeing who made that opening clip that we played today. Talk about chills running through your body. This man is magic. He can just take clips of the work that we do here in our Sunday gatherings, our Wednesday gatherings, and turn them into absolute magic. Big love for that man. Big love. He's going to be changing many lives, unlike some of these others. Maybe we just need to sick the Southern St. Peter on him wherever he is. I could just hear that St. Peter right now. He'd be singing, what was that, Trace? What was the guy's name? I'm from the country. Way back up in the country, back in the hills, down in the hollers where the folks are real. Even with the crazies and the old wildcats, sawed off shotguns and coonskin caps. That's where I'm from, and I'm proud to say I'm from the country, and I like it that way. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody calls you friend. You don't need an invitation. Kick off your shoes, come on in. Well, we know how to work and we know how to play. We're from the country and we like it that way. I'm sorry, partner. You got that one wrong. All right. You can financially gift on the app on which you can send cash. It's up and running today. Subscribestar also up and running. Dude Bro Moment platform, aka Entropy, also up and running. Premium Rumble running magically. D-Live Odyssey. Can we gift cash on Odyssey yet? I don't think so. Bob is asking for the ETA. We are all ready. The time is now, my friend. The time is now. You can financially gift across all of those platforms. I'll be keeping an eye out for that. Otherwise, I want you to tag me as No White Guilt. Obey what the great Ford Null has said at the very beginning. Let's rock. Let's make it happen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get together. It is nothing but glorious victories and hilarity and fun and struggle and triumph. We are the community where all that is good is happening for white well-being, even when absolute bozo-style clowns roll in the form of Jake Lang, assuming the role of leader of the white race, says the Jewish fellow. But that we're living for a very long time with this sort of thing, and this ever persistent, I'm a Mexican, that is the leader of the white race. Anybody claiming to be the leader of the white race is a child that should be incarcerated in a very tight white jacket, a very tight one. But we got this absolute carnivalesque nonsense going on. I want you to tag me as No White Guilt on any of the platforms you're on. My primary focus is going to be on the comments over here, the live chat on Twitter. Thank you very much. As well as over here on YouTube, where I can see right now The great Grand Danger, the Dean Danger is in the house. The Fonol is in the house. The Kakatu is in the house. Corey, Tree Godfather, a big happy Easter to you. I saw the beginning of the sentence on my ex. Thank you so much. I've been so absolutely insanely busy trying to have these gatherings together, trying to do everything else in life. And we're coming here. We're here. It's good. The great first last. And Spud Ruckus is even with us today. Would you believe it? The Spud Ruckus has shown up on the Easter when the Christ has risen. Bass is here. Aaron is here. Wonderful to see. Mandy Joe is here. Vincent is here. I'm also going to be keeping my eyes on Premium Rumble and Odyssey. They are up and running and looking glorious, but I will be looking for you because you, my friends, are so very important. Wherever you are, I'll be looking for you. I am the bunny of Easter that comes with old muscles and shredded muscles. This rabbit, different from the others that have shown up in the past. Fluffy, not so fluffy. This rabbit here, fluffy, not so much. Muscular, shredded, and ready to bring white well-being to your world. That's the kind of Easter bunny we want here, delivering redemption to Western kind. Great to see everybody. Dennis is in the house. Justin McDaniel's in the house. Michael's here. Mestizo Carve. Happy Easter, Jason. A big happy Easter, my brother. A big happy Easter. So let's go ahead and take a look. Before we do that, we will remind you that you can also financially gift by heading on over to knowwhyguild.org. Click on the financial gift tab. You will see cryptocurrency wallets. Gift $1. Subsequent week, I will mention your dollar. Then you can gift more. That way we know for sure it's coming through perfectly to yours truly. Also, you can find a snail mail address there. You can reach out to me that way and be in the thaumatological mailbag. You can do it that way. And finally, the only actual foundation serving white well-being, the foundation for whitewellbeing.org. You can also find a link at the previous aforementioned website. And there you can donate a 501c3 worldwide, the only white positive entity of its kind on planet Earth, the only one that is akin to the a white positive version of the ADL for the white race, a white positive NAACP for the white race, actually focused on white people. What this livid, absolute carnival clown that we're going to be talking about in just a minute, one Jake Loser Lang, we're going to be talking about here. Not Jake the Snake. No, this is actually Jake the Snake actually kind of works kind of well, I think, now that I think about it. But Jake the Loser Lang, we're going to be talking about this guy, this absolute psyop fed operation, and the people coming out in support of him. They might as well just be throwing up a red flag over top of their heads and letting everybody know that they are part of the exact same effort to undermine the growing resistance. And there is much here. I specifically chose that clip that For White Wellbeing had done at the very beginning, because there is another, by this development, another piece of evidence that we can see that the white population is getting fed up with the victimization, with the double standard, with the double treatment, with the mistreatment that we get as a consequence of being born white, Westman, Western kind and Western civilization. Positive things on this Easter Sunday. God bless us all. Positive things for white well-being. Victories we're celebrating. Victories galore. Ay is here. It sounds like the start of your jokes. A Jew and a Mexican say the leaders of the white race. Sorry, I missed. No, on the screen, on the thumbnail, the leaders for the white race are a Jew and a black guy. And then, of course, we have I'm a Mexican, who is a leader for the white race. And then, of course, we have the half Jew over it, and then he was the leader of the white race. Then you go a little further and you got another full-blooded Jewish guy, leader of the white race. My God, can white people choose an actual alpha white male? Can white people actually choose that? Is that even conceivable for the white race today? We're going to get into this, though. I'm very happy. It's very funny. Let's have a quick look at the current leader of the white race. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. The current leader of the white race. And this was a photo of himself he took a couple of years back, but had to show it. And I want to get into, let's go ahead and take a look at this very first video and of this Jake Lang. Do you know Jake Lang? Maybe I could give a little bit of feedback, because maybe you're wondering, who the hell is Jake Lang? And wasn't he a J6 guy? Wasn't that what he? Okay, here's a little history lesson. Jake Lang, reputedly a member of Antifa, and flipped by the FBI to turn over information on Antifa members. Now that means anti-white. There's another guy named Joel, who is another leader of the white race that white losers follow. Joel Davis, also a former member of Antifa. Listen, you can't go from being hardcore anti-white to an advocate for white well-being. That is saying that you are for somebody who was a hardcore advocate for anti-whiteism is like saying that Nala, the OnlyFans ninja whore, should absolutely be preaching at the altar in everyone's churches. Now, we can all say, especially on this Easter Sunday, that she can get in the back and shut the up. Very happy for her to have turned her life around. Remember, Michael Knowles had her on, and they just absolutely glazed the ever-living heck out of Nala, the OnlyFans whore ninja, and because she has become a Christian. And by the way, she's like, now she's a trad mom Christian, or not mom, but she's a trad girl now. And just as an aside, when she's like making and baking her cake, she's like, I'm not kidding. And then she goes to like have a taste of the batter, and she's like, Yeah, she's changed. So if you object to Nala the ninja being able to tell her story, being able to visit all across the internet as this ambassador for Jesus Christ and preaching the gospel and talking about how God has spoken to her. And by the way, she's not the only OnlyFans slut that has been on that train. I think the verbiage is appropriate recently when they realize, because every new 20-year-old comes along, and then the 22s and the 24s, they can't compete with the bodies of the 20-year-olds. And so they realize, the time is ticking. I better do something. I better figure something out. So if you object to hearing sermons, being sermonized, kind of giving a definitely different meaning to that from somebody like Nala the ninja sermonizing in front of the congregation, if you object to that, then you shouldn't listen to somebody like a Joel Davis, and you shouldn't listen to somebody like a Jake Lang, who is a former Antifa member. He flipped for the FBI and turned in people that ended up going to jail. Somehow he ended up in MAGA. Isn't that interesting? He heads over there on Patriots Day as a J6er, the official terminology that the anti-white regime wants you to call it. So we know not to do that, right? He heads over there in with a helmet and a shield and a baseball bat to bludgeon people, to maim police officers. Sounds like the exact opposite of what so many in MAGA, the kind of guy that the majority of MAGA would say, oh, he's working for the feds, except MAGA ended up loving this anti-white POS. They ended up loving him. So many of these very attractive white MAGA girls, some of them faked up and a little older, some of them not, and they're in their bathing suits and they're looking good. I'm not going to lie. Some of them are looking like they should have worn maybe hazmat suits rather than bathing suits. But, it's neither. There's a body for everybody out there. Those bodies are not for me. Just know that, okay? And yet they love this guy. He showed up there and he's bludgeoning, and he's like telling the crowd, follow me into this, and we're gonna go bludgeon and beat. And this guy talks like a total insane asylum, like God has gifted me these talents and this moment in history to save, like he literally says this, to save your lives. He leads these people in. They all go to jail because of him. Everybody goes to jail that followed what Jake Lang said to do. People who didn't know him, they just, hey, there was a guy there and he's saying, I'm the leader, follow me. They go to jail. Well, they go to jail. Jake goes to jail too. While Jake is in jail, this sounds like a children's story for another group of humanity, doesn't it? This is the bedtime story. Leroy, you know that's a name for whites and other races of people. Leroy, we got your bedtime story for you. When Jake goes to jail, Jake drops his bar of soap. And from that moment forward, Leroy walked the straight and narrow. Holding on to the top of the blanket. All right. Jake goes to jail, and Jake talks all the time about how he's in the gulag of the federal prison. He's in the basement. It's in the worst part of the where he is, quote, denied all human rights and dignity, close quote. He is being treated the worst. And you'll know because he said so. And all of MAGA, a giant swath of MAGA, especially a bunch of attractive, long-legged, and I'm telling you, legs to heaven, long-legged, and they huge tracts of land, great shape, and they are telling you that Jake's got it worse than everybody else. He's denied human rights, and that the law enforcement, for the heck of it, every now and again will come in and beat him just for fun. Beat him for the fun of it. In fact, it just so happened that it happened live, because you're like, live? What do you mean? Of course he's alive. No. Unlike the other prisoners that he got sent to jail on Patriots Day, he got to have a very successful live stream show while he was in federal penitentiary. He got to have a successful live stream show. Now, you might say that in and of itself is amazing. You know what else makes it amazing? Is that Jake the Snake here, Lang, what else makes it amazing is that he's stupid. He's inarticulate. He is not enjoyable to listen to. He is literally a dumb person. And so that makes it amazing to have a successful show. You know what else makes it amazing? Is that he had a slew of the most notable, popular guests. General Flynn, Mike Lindell, Joe Biggs. This huge line of personalities that are well known. Like, what was the CIA fabricating? What was the CIA making up here for us, if not a hero of the people? He has suffered. Maybe, I mean, he'll probably be the first one to tell you that he has suffered like Christ. He has suffered. And this is the hero. And this is the way that so many in MAGA country talk about Jake Lang. Well, let's take a step back, a very short step back for a moment. Right after Patriots Day, J6 for the uninitiated vegetables that follow what the anti-white regime wants them to say and believe. He went to the hospital because, you know, he's not a very robust guy. He's actually kind of a little muscleless bitch is what he is. And so some of our finest in uniform thumped on this clown a little bit, and he got beat up a little bit. I mean, he was swinging a baseball bat. I'm actually happy. He claimed a lot of things, by the way. That picture that I showed you of him in the hospital, that was right after. So he went to the hospital, and had to have like a bone in his foot was broken, and he had lacerations, he had bruises, and he claimed a bunch of fake things. Like he was like holding Ashley Babbitt's dying body in his arms. And he claimed all of these things, and that God himself put him there for this purpose. And here comes marching in the MAGA morons that have fallen for Jake Lang as the leader of the America, the white race, etc. All of that ended up being false. He was released 10 days. He was released from the hospital 10 days. 10 days he had freedom before he was arrested again, and this time not released. What happened during those 10 days? Before he was arrested again and then started a very successful streaming podcasting show with guests, regular guests like General Flynn and Mike Lindell. And I want you to pay close attention. You have to juxtaposition yourself as we roll through this. And that is that here is the real, the raw, the organic fight for white well-being. There is scarce dollars. There is zero connection to people behind the scenes for different content creators. There is nothing but a fight uphill against wind, against an avalanche, and a tsunami from the ocean coming in. This is what reality looks like. Reality does not look like instant success, instant fame, instant carnival barking presentation to the world, instant guests, instant studios. No, none of that is real. None of that is authentic. For God's sake, children should be able to see this and be able to discern it amidst the clutter and the background noise and etc. May God himself touch their brows so they finally have discernment. Let this be the day that the white race finally gets discernment and can see the real and the genuine from the artificial, the fake. Because we've got much more to talk about when it comes to this. A lot of it is hilarity. A lot of it is risible. A lot of it, we're going to be having fun. I got to tell you, there's some funny stuff to this. But there's also a lot to learn. And that's why we talk. That's why we have our Sunday gatherings anyhow. Well, in those 10 days, magically, Jake Lang starts a militia, a nationwide militia called Napalm. I kid you not. If you don't know what napalm is, it's a military weapon that sprays some accelerant from either end when the bomb hits the ground, so that jets of fire, hotter than Tesla's on fire, are launched as a wall of flame. And if it touches human beings, they are incinerated into ash. He literally starts in those 10 days a nationwide militia called Napalm. And who are some of the people who immediately get involved in napalm? Well, it's some of the most known names that are out there. Some of the most, when it comes to the conspiracy people who investigate these things, some of the most interesting, like this woman here, Ann Vandersteel. Apparently, she's been involved in a lot of CIA-esque. Now, I don't know for sure. I'm not there. I'm not hanging out with Ann. No, thank you. But apparently, this is what people claim. I'm telling you what they claim. A lot of strange things in the world. CIA kind of behind them in a shadowy way, kind of a thing. You know, this government within a government that the CIA seems to be in the United States. But not only that, Stu Peters. So you might recognize that name, an anti-Jew twit who spends his entire days, and by the way, before he was an anti-Jew twit for the CIA, he was an actual a rapper. He was actually a rapper. He has videos of his lousy, He was a Slim Shady wannabe. I'm not even kidding. And in his video, I love it. One of the videos, his rap video I saw, the sidekick girl is non-white. I think she was Asian. It's been a while. Can you imagine all the white people showing up? They're like, I'm pro-white, so let me go be anti-Jew with this we're and then gur. Let me go be in his audience to be anti-Jew. And it just so happens that he is immediately recruited into a nationwide militia called Napalm, where you have this Ann Vandersteel. I mean, the name sounds like total BS. Involved, and a bunch of others that are really questionable as well. Folks that will tell you, hey, these people, they have always been involved in Fed op type of things. Go figure, right? Go figure. So they even have state level leaders within 10 days. You know what that was immediately reminiscent of? Kurt Doolittle and propertarianism, another Fed operation, a Fed operation from the start. And everybody with eyes could see it. Kurt Doolittle was known to have participated in the color revolution in Ukraine. I mean, the CIA are really dropping the ball, but I guess it doesn't matter because so many in the white race are midget-witted dumb. So all these people start showing up for Red Helmet's videos with the great thinker. And I absolutely eviscerated his arguments and ideas, and his fat ass wouldn't come on because the great, filthy rich intellectual academic would have his ass whooped by some homegrown good old boy Virginian. So he decided, no, wasn't gonna come on for a debate with yours truly about these subjects. You just have to fix a couple of things. You just have to fix a couple of things in the Constitution. You just got to write things a little bit different. Well, what did they do? Well, Red Helmet, the Fed, that guy was a Fed. And his family, there were families in the white sympathetic sphere that knew they were Feds. They were working for the government, for the love of God. And he told people time and again, this is science, and we're going to beat them in a military conflict in the United States. Does everybody remember this? Does everybody remember Red Helmet, John Mark? I think his channel is still up. All slick CIA created, straight to the top of the algorithms. White guys showed up in the thousands, sharing their names and their identities and their names online with the Feds. All of that information being taken up by the Feds. And we were over here saying, no, don't do it. They're illegitimate. And they said to us, Jason, you're just jealous because John Mark never said a single thing of even moderate intelligence or helpful to white families and white people. Not a single thing. It was all geared to manipulate you and the dumbass white race out there. And that's exactly what it did. Everybody was sharing this idiot's crap. Well, fortunately for you all, that federal operation collapsed because at their first rally, Kurt Doolittle, the great brainiac leader, and these poor dumb white guys that showed up and wrote their names down and everything, and so that even these Feds would have their actual prints and their handwriting samples and etc. I mean, can you believe this? Two emaciated black guys showed up, not even in a hostile way, and Kurt Doolittle, and they confronted Kurt Doolittle, and they're like, "Can we have the mic?" He turned the mic right over to these black guys. They weren't They were just like, hey, maybe we're on the same page. And remember, Doolittle had them chanting. They were chanting reciprocity and abstraction. Remember, we talked all about that. Reciprocity, reciprocity. And Kurt Doolittle pissed his pants in fear because of the two, literally, I'm not joking, emaciated, muscleless black guys. It was just two black guys. That's what you're going to get. If you send up, this is why you cannot get your ideology. And just by the by, the white race is going to need an ideology that comes from a hero, a guy who can physically and who is mentally able, aggressive enough to physically defend himself and successful at that. You're not going to get something that's going to work from one end of the spectrum where they're just a brainless meathead and violent, or the other end of the spectrum where when confronted, they're going to say, I'm a Mexican, or they're going to say, oh, I just relieved myself in my beige shorts out of fear that two black guys came up to me. Talk about being cloistered up in his filthy rich castle of a home with his daughter, by the way, who married a non-white guy. I mean, what is it going to take, white race? What is it going to take? That was the last Fed operation. Well, now you had, in 10 days, and Stu Peters, an official in napalm, a militia in the United States, created by Jake Lang and the CIA working behind. Well, maybe the CIA, right? I mean, we don't know. I wasn't there, right? So that's what's claimed. He goes to jail. Well, let me point out, as he goes to jail, Rolling Stone, ever since I got involved, Newsweek, Rolling Stone, a handful of others, the entire alternative community, long before there was internet robust enough to carry all this information, wrote lengthily with evidence that they believed was evidence that outlets like Rolling Stone were full on CIA operation. Who does Rolling Stone write about and tell you who are the leaders of the resistance? Richard Spencer, Nick Fuentes, Jake Lang. Yeah, Rolling Stone did a big article on napalm and Jake Lang, the leader of the resistance to the deep state. I mean, the CIA might as well just step on stage and let us just tell us, hey, yeah, it's us. It's us. So he goes on and to hold these shows with prominent personalities magically again. How do you get prominent personalities to show up for you? Because there's a network behind these people. And the guy or guys or girl or girls behind the content creator that said content creator is reaching out to, they say, hey, yes, you should talk with this person. If there aren't handlers behind the scenes, then a content creator reaching out for an interview, like me reaching out for an interview with General Flynn, I'm just like anybody else. I'm just like nobody. I like somebody who just started a YouTube channel. You can serve White Wellbeing successfully for 3 decades. You can have as many lives that saved from people who were on the path to suicide as we do. You can have as many babies named after you as I have as a consequence of the work here. You can have the thousands of testimonials of success as we have here. And somebody like a General Flynn is going to say, who cares? Not interested. But if somebody behind General Flynn says, oh, you should speak with Jake Lang, General Flynn shows up. That's how this works, folks, in case you haven't realized it. The real grassroots the organic resistance does not have a behind-the-scenes network that spans an artificially created content creation resistance. They don't have access to it. That should be obvious. So when you see this sort of access, when you see this sort of instantaneous mingling and cross-pollination, you're seeing a network behind the scenes at work. Realize that. That's something you can take away from what we're talking about here today. So he has these huge guests on. Of course, like everyone else, he's pardoned by Donald Trump. And he claims that he is somehow in part responsible for everybody being pardoned, that he is, it's his doing. I mean, this is one crazy sumbitch, all right? This guy, talk about the hubris, talk about the absolute nonsense of this pig, this anti-white pig, Jake Lang. Well, he gets out of jail and nothing is going on for him, you know? He decides, hey, you know what? He'll start. And then I guess this was part of while he was in prison, but his blessed TV network. How many folks have a TV network? The Blessed TV Network. Wonder how that came about. Wonder where the money and the material and etc. Where all this. So the Blessed TV Network he starts, and that's where I think most people had to view through that to watch the flop of yesterday's rally that he held. But then he said to himself, and this is where you have to, this is where we can draw some inspiration. Because the FBI, the CIA, and forget all this Cash-in Patel running the FBI and forget about all of this. These entities, you'd have to get rid of so many and so much of the people and replace them with angels from heaven. Because every other human being that you're going to replace these people with are infected with anti-whiteism, just like the ones that were there before. So forget about this. Well, Cash-in Patel is in charge of the FBI. So no, they are anti-white. CIA, anti-white. FBI, anti-white. NSA, anti-white. They're anti-white until you change the social morality of Western civilization, which is something we are doing successfully here. And that is why we are the true, we are the real, we are the one path to the redemption of Western kind. So then he decides he's going to start PWA. Now, this is where you can be excited because you've got the secret police in America that are worried about a growing white anger for the mistreatment on the basis of our race. They can see this too. They wouldn't bother trying to assist, which in my opinion they clearly have, Jake Lang, who, and this is where you can take more inspiration, if there are grifters out there who are beginning to smell money, and let me tell you what, Jake Lang is probably good at sniffing out money. I'm just a hunch. It's just a hunch. If there are people out there who are looking out at the landscape and seeing that there is a financial opportunity to defend white people, which is the most immoral thing in the world, then that means those grifters, they too are telling us that the white race day by day is angrier, is increasingly receptive to those who will defend us on the basis of our birth. Our time, ladies and gentlemen, is upon us. Our hour is coming. Our brothers and sisters are ready for us. And this message of white well-being, if we can only reach them through all these anti-non-white spurs, through all of the cowards who want to turn everything into an abstraction, through all of these opportunists, Jake Langs out there and Mike Cernovich's who will be showing up again
lisping away, resourced, capitalized, connected, and ready to feign whatever the audience needs to hear them feign in order to fleece them for the dollars in their pockets. Just as I predicted with 100% certainty, Mike Cernovich and all of those like him who showed up suddenly had been doing nothing for conservative politics, no self-sacrifice whatsoever, suddenly shows up after they leave a ladyboy camp in Southeast Asia, making their money by divorcing their wife, who was the breadwinner, and then marrying a non-white woman. Just as I perfectly predicted, this opportunistic anti-white pig who showed up and fleeced white people across this country, I'm telling you now, Jake Lang, you can hear him sniffing the dollars. You can hear him sniffing for the dollars. So if it is not the real, if it is not the organic, if it is not the people who are actually in love with our brothers and sisters and making a difference in their life over decade after decade, year after year, week after week, day after day, self-sacrificing because it's all charity, nobody here getting paid, nobody here getting endless interviews and praised and lauded, none of that. Sacrificing because it is our purpose, it is our love, it is our meaning, it is our raison d'etre. That's why we're here. If it's not us, it'll be these carnival barkers. We have got to prevent that. It'll be the I'm a Mexicans. It'll be the I'm Jewish by blood, but I'm a white man. Jake Langs. It'll be the Philip Andersons, black guys who accompany. So the evidence is there, if you're willing to see it, that the white race is growing increasingly amenable to the remedy, to the white magic that will deliver us our Western civilization once again. It is now or never. Because you can see by this carnival-esque display, by this absolutely avaricious charlatan, Jake Lang, that they can smell it too. It's blood in the water for them. Let's pop that up on the screen and see how it rolls.
We're live here at Kuykendall Stadium memorial service for our brother Austin Metcalf, who lost his life to senseless black violence. I'm here with my brother Philip Anderson.
Now there you have it. The Jew and the black guy who are out on the road for white well-being, for the white race, I should say, not white well-being, obviously not. So he starts PWA, Protect White America. Jake Lang does. So instantly, he's got money pouring in. Instantly, he's got resources. Instantly, he has a custom-wrapped tour bus. I mean, you got to just say, are you shitting me? So yesterday, he had this rally for Austin Metcalf, which nobody wanted. Nobody in the community wanted. No sane people who are fighting for white well-being want this for Austin Metcalf. Yeah, Tree Godfather said he can't even pronounce it. This guy can't. He is illiterate. He is inarticulate. Kuykendall, right? Kuykendall is what he calls it. But he's got a bigger screw up coming up. He's got a bunch of them, but just so here they are. That's your audience you can see in the background. It's bad. They are on the roof of the custom wrapped tour bus, which while he was being driven, chauffeured from Florida, where he lives, where he also has a Senate campaign, which requires tons of money and connections to start. He has got a campaign for senator in Senate in Florida.
He's being chauffeured across the country. And what happens while he is being chauffeured across the country? Well, he's getting support for PWA. And isn't this interesting? Jason Kuna sacrificing, physical fighting, producing victories for white people in their lives. All of the receipts everywhere. All of the receipts everywhere. No one gives a shit. No one interested. But this Jew, Jake Lang, decides he's a white guy and he's going to start protect white Americans. And immediately, this guy called Matt Wallace, who is said as well to have been involved in nothing but shady stuff. He is apparently like the most community noted on X of anyone. He is apparently a huge liar with almost 3 million. So potentially an asset of the government as well. And remember, when we're talking about an asset for the government, it doesn't mean, but could mean, that they know they're working for the government. It could mean it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they do. So this Matt Wallace guy is telling the world that Jake Lang is going to protect white America with PWA, and it's legit and it's real. How many times has Matt Wallace, despite all of our victories, been around for all of these years, all of these views, millions and millions? There's nobody out who doesn't know who we are and what we do and the receipts. How many times has he pushed us? 0. But this Jew who decides that he's going to so-called be this is another one of these chameleon Christians, just like so many of these so-called just newly become Catholic chameleon Christians. And their Christianity goes as far, its entire function is their socio-political advocacy for whatever their agenda is. And that's the end of their Christian. That's where it's used. That's how it's used. It's just a tool for them. So there was Matt Wallace. How about this? Laverne, I hadn't heard of this woman before. I think it's Laverne Spicer, a black woman with almost 1 million followers, locks arms with Jake Lang for white people. This black woman, Laverne, you have to look her up. Now, Laverne has not retweeted anything of mine, anything of yours, anything from the House of Swash, any of the successes, any of the lives saved, people gotten off the path to suicide, any of the changes of policy of police departments because of us, any of the changes of imagery used by mainstream media because of us, any of the courtroom rulings by Canadian courts that Go Free is safe for children. Nothing, Laverne. But suddenly Laverne is there for Jake Lang and protect white America. Jason Whitlock, another guy with almost 1 million followers, black guy, another black guy, decides he's going to interview Jake Lang. He's going to give him a lot of ground to talk about this PWA, a lot of ground to talk about it, and has him on, and you can see him up in the front of the bus. We're going to be looking at it in his tank top to make sure that I guess for him, though, we should call it a wife beater, so that everybody can see his crucifix, because he's a Christian on the surface. So Jason Whitlock talking about this guy. And then this clown, you're seeing on the screen with him, Philip Anderson, another guy with hundreds of thousands of followers, a conservative MAGA guy, who, by the way, he's such a classy guy, just tweeted while they were on this journey that he lied about his politics to get laid. And then underneath that, he wrote, "Make America Great Again." So on their journey, these classy defenders of the white race, Dom Lucree with 1.5 million followers, talking about this protect white America. How many times has Dom retweeted you and the actual successes that we've had here? 0, right? How about Joey Manorino? Now, maybe Joey, I don't know, he's just responding, and so many people are talking about what's going on that Joey decided he was going to say something about it. But you all know that Joey is another one with hundreds and hundreds of thousands, maybe close to 1 million followers. How many times has Joey talked about our actual tangible successes with receipts? Every week we show these. How many times? 0. You know who else is talking about it? Witzke. Witzke is talking about it. Lauren Witzke, another anti-Jew, married to a non-white Hispanic who feigns to be pro-white, but all she does is anti-Jew. That's the primary thing. She is cheerleading and celebrating Jake Lang, the Jew defender of the white race, the leader of the white race. Witless Witzke. Just let that set. You know what else is interesting? Even though this event yesterday, this gigantic flop, which we're going to get into, even though it has been trending all over Twitter and it is being talked about on other platforms, Gab, Facebook, at Minds, all over the place. And even though Jake Lang is referring to himself as the leader of the white race, which should be an affront to a Mexican, I'm a Mexican, who has also claimed that he's the leader of the white race. So even though this guy is literally assuming the title, stealing it from I'm a Mexican, and it's trending everywhere, Nick Fuentes said nothing about this. Almost like you could imagine that, at least that's what I'm told, we have crossover people who are still, they're maturing away from Fuentes, and you know who you are. They're maturing away from Fuentes, and they're like, nothing ever happens here. It's just all about celebrating Fuentes. And they've told me not a word so far, nothing said about it. It's almost as you could guess that maybe somebody behind Fuentes said, hey, we don't want you saying anything bad about Jake Lang and this rally that's coming up. Because damn well, this little guy having his title of leader of the white race stolen from him and all of this attention, that's what he hates more than anything else. He didn't care about the white race getting hurt. You know, when Metcalf was stabbed to death and died, the first thing that Fuentes said was that it upset him that the white race lost in a physical conflict with a non-white person. That was the first thing that came to Fuentes' mind, that he said it hurt his ego that yet again another white guy was bested by a black guy. That's how much he cares about the white race. So kind of fascinating that he didn't say anything. But here you have it. They are at the high school where the track meet was held, where Austin Metcalf was stabbed to death by Carmelo Anthony. And he said there were going to be thousands of people there. You're going to see there is an audience member. But let's go ahead and just watch the very opening here. And I understand that there is someone trying to call yours truly a Fed. Can everybody now say hello to the federal agent in the live chat? Say, hi, Fed. Hi, Fed. Everybody in the live chat say, hi, Feds. The only genuine, real evidence going back decades, books written, zero evidence of all of this other connections and ability to just get high profile people to chat with me and have me on their shows and everything like that. Zero evidence of it. And this tard shows up and he's like, you're the Fed. Say hello. Hello, Fed. How about you and the rest of the Feds? Let's listen to one of your Feds right here.
Behind us, you can see the stadium where the blood of Austin Metcalf is still wetting the bleachers. They have an amazing crowd. People,
look at the amazing crowd. There are content creators, folks. These are all reporters and content creators on the internet. There's no crowd. But I do want to point out there where he's talking about the blood. He repeats this time and again about the blood. The blood is still wet, the blood. And this is incendiary language, which will result in Dylan roofs. I want to say it again. Incendiary language like that will create Dylan roof. And what will these white Dylan roofs do? They will hunt down innocent black people and harm them. And what will that do for anti-whites? It won't do anything for white people. Did Dylan Roof killing innocent black people at church, did that help us? No. We talked endlessly about how it harmed us. And since we care about white people, we don't want to be harmed. Selfish individualists that hate black people are anti-black. They were all happy about what Dylan Roof did. Yeah, hurt some black people. They don't care what ends up happening to the white people as a consequence. This kind of incendiary speech is not intended and will not engender love for white people, defense of white people. It specifically is engineered to engender the creation of Dylan Roofs, retaliatory attacks against innocent black people. That's what this piece of shit, and I beg the pardon of the good Lord on this day for my fury, for our victimization. But that's what this garbage is doing. That is what this kind of talk will result in. He is not in any semblance, any fashion whatsoever, bringing white people together with a focus on us and our injuries. He has no program. He is just another self-promoting mountebank. And how curious, too, for the etymology of the word mountebank, I just used that. It's about mounting a box and then barking at the people that you're going to fleece about your products, your wares, your services. And here this clown is, mounted a custom-wrapped tour bus.
Still showing up, a lot of media, lots of police presence. I just want to invoke the name of Jesus Christ over this protest.
Is absolute blasphemy, and I totally reject the blasphemy. May God strike him dead for the blasphemy.
Immediately. Father God, Lord, we just lift you up in your name today, God. We're asking for your peace to be upon the crowd, that you would be the Lord of justice, that we know you are, God. Restore justice to Austin Metcalf and his family, Lord God. Bring upon this country a wave of the golden age where all of the races can live in peace, where there is no longer violence.
And this is a very curious thing. Well, I'm not going to play, obviously, the whole flop, but we're one audience member, and then I was even wrong about that. One audience member, his name is Dan. I shit you not. And let's get a big thank you from everybody right now for Rapunzel, who helped me with this copious amount of information that we sifted through. So big thank you, big salutes. But this is a curious thing that he does. Since he's coming from this MAGA sphere and he wants to bring the MAGA people, he brings the conservative abstractionizing with him. So this whole, we're going to bring whites and blacks together, and we're going to hold hands, and we're going to sing Kumbaya around the fire. And the way to do that, the way to make us all sing Kumbaya, is for white people to hold the black race accountable. Now, what do low IQ, violent white people hear? What are the marching orders that they hear when they hear this clown say that? You're going to hold the black race accountable for the acts of Carmelo?
That's insane. The violent midget wit scum in our race, when they hear that, they think, I'm going to go hold the black race accountable for what Carmelo did by harming some innocent black person. And that's not, by the way, me defending blacks. That's me defending whites. I happen to also think it's completely immoral to harm an innocent person of any birth. But that's me protecting white people, protecting the rest of us who are going to suffer as a consequence of some malefactor of our race, some criminal, some debased goon going out and harming an innocent black person, but also protecting that debased goon from the consequences of that action instigated by a Jew defending the white race.
No longer racism, God. We condemn black violence in America against white people right now, Lord. We know you stand with us. We know you stand against every violence and every evil principality that would lift itself against you. Lord Jesus, be with us, be with our families, and be with this crowd. In your name we pray. God, we just want to address everybody when we disperse later on, guys. Just don't go over to the counter protesters. Let's keep it peaceful, keep our hands and feet to ourselves.
Who is he talking to? Dan. King Dan. Everyone there's a content creator. Except for Dan. And then I was even wrong there.
Not address the attack.
And there's only a handful of counter protesters. Harming innocent blacks ends up being harmful to white peoplehood, says Tree Godfather. 100%, 1000%. And please continue to tag me. I'm going to take a look at what you all are saying. We'll pause a little bit more now that we've gotten into the morass of PWA and who Jake Lang actually is and what Jake Lang actually is. You're looking again at Philip Anderson, another grifter, another opportunist. Both of these people are total frauds. The one, Philip Anderson, he's the one who tweeted the day before that he lied about his politics in order to have time with a female. And then he wrote, "Make America Great Again." These are the kind of classless scum that suddenly were being posted and retweeted. And what's important is when it comes to these guys and their genuine effect is on normal white people in the MAGA sphere, who these people have gotten their attention. And they were by thousands and thousands talking about these guys. And I looked one after the other. Not a single one followed me. I didn't have time to go through and see if they ever tweeted any in this House of Swash. None of them followed me or as far as I know, ever retweeted. I mean, I would have remembered probably many of them. But they are absolutely convinced that these guys are legitimate. Total danger to white well-being.
Antagonizers. There are antagonizers over there. We don't want any violence. It's a peaceful event, okay?
Okay, it's coming. We'll stop. We're gonna jump off this video. Just said we got more videos. We got the video of the interaction coming up where Jake Lang calls Jeff Metcalf, Austin's father, a coward, and the black guy behind this anti-white pig of a black guy says of Jeff Metcalf that he is a pussy cat, but leaves the word cat off. Can you believe this? These abject scum. But this is coming up. Edward is one of the guys working for Jake Lang, and he he has a little error.
I tell them the first ones to do this. It's
about
time, yeah.
So, guys, this is a historic event. Now we're addressing the crowd, so I shifted it before we had the stadium in the background where Austin Metcalf was murdered. Please reshare this link online right now, guys. Get this out to as many people as possible. Guys, this is the first time, I'd say, in American history, but in as long as I've been alive, where white Americans and my brother, black Americans, white Americans can stand up and speak out. We have been suppressed. Yeah. We have been suppressed for Generations. We've been moved to the back of the bus and told to sit down and shut up. Generations ago.
By the way, he's a fan of MLK. Just by the by, MLK is on the side of the bus for Protect White America.
It was people of this skin color. And now
validating the anti-white narrative.
it is our people that are being brutally murdered. The justice system is failing us. And we're here to stand today against injustice, plain and simple. Righteous men of God are called to stand against injustice. And so today, black and white together, we're standing against black violence, against...
There's the conservative trope that the powers are keeping everybody apart, preventing us from all coming together and biologically white erasing ourselves out of existence. That is the conservative trope. That's the abstractionist argument that all of the different races are being kept apart, except there is no mainstream propaganda saying that blacks should hate Hispanics. There is no mainstream propaganda saying that Arabs should hate Hispanics. There is only one narrative, and it's an anti-white narrative. The cucks don't want to talk about that because in the West, it's immoral to defend white people. And, of course, their leadership, like this guy, probably puppeted by the CIA or some other secret service, maybe not even of the United States, are telling him exactly what to tell the white resistance.
White Americans. It's very simple. We've seen it time and time again. The statistics do not lie. The statistics do not lie. 350,000.
Oh, that's funny. First Last says, why is Mark Collett in Texas?
White people were assaulted last year in America by black Americans.
Citing the statistics, has that worked over lifetimes? What is that going to engender in the violence of our race?
There is a prevalent gang
Well, Edward, what are you doing with your camera showing that there are no fans?
culture. There is
Did you see, Jake? Just see the video feed come up of Edward, who's supposed to be videotaping people who show up to be the audience out there, and he accidentally goes live with Jake, and there's no one standing there in front of the bus.
a prevalent gang culture in America. Give me a second. We have another camera here. I have to. Edward, you're on stage. I had to remove you from stage.
Edward!
There's a
Edward, I've had to boot you from the whole program. Your camera went live, Edward. You're not supposed to be showing nobody standing out there. No better, Edward. Oh my gosh. All right. Okay. Where are we here? Here was this clip.
The message today is very simple. We need justice. Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf's murderer, is still on the loose. His bond needs to be revoked. Right here is the scene. Austin Metcalf's blood is still stained on the bleachers.
There it is again with the blood. And the blood is not still there. Even worse, this clown, and we'll show you, goes into the stadium, videotapes a small red stripe on the ground, and claims that that is Austin's blood. Absolutely despicable.
It is crying out for justice. Come join me today for a peaceful event. 11
His blood is crying out for justice. You all know exactly what this is going to engender in sick white people.
a.m. Central, here at Kai Kendall Stadium, Frisco, Texas. Be peaceful and let God lead this event.
Here it is. There is the so-called blood.
There is the blood stain. It's red still. Austin Metcalf's.
So you know, you can look this up on your own. Human blood on concrete in the environment, exposed to the environment, changes color within an hour, in minutes, changes color. Not only that, the day of the murder, the hazmat teams, because it's a biohazard,
were out there with the chemicals and the pressure washers and etc. And they were where Austin was actually stabbed to death and cleaned it all up, which was not this spot. This is doing what? This is inciting low IQ'd whites to commit atrocities against blacks. Violent low IQ'd whites. And then the regime, the anti-white regime, will be able to take all of the attention off of the behavior of Carmelo and the victimization of the white race, the regular and routine victimization of the white race, and make it comport once again with the anti-white narrative. So how many tells does Jake Lang have to give for you to conclude that this guy is a Fed asset?
Blood. Lord Jesus, help us. Is crying out for justice. His killer is home right now. I got to get out of here before the police come. I just hopped the fence to get in here. His blood is crying out for justice. We need that killer behind bars. We will not rest. We need to protect white Americans.
If he actually broke in there and he got that video, I hope he is arrested for trespassing, and I hope the county presses charges. My guess, though, is that you could just walk right in. Typical high school football stadiums, and in Northern Virginia, we have them like in Texas, where they're colossal. It's like bigger than some D2 college stadiums, and they'll lock things up, but invariably there is a gate open here or a gate open there. So my guess is that he didn't break in, but if he did, my God, prosecute the shit out of this guy. Here's some of the footage we're going to end up looking at really quickly, going through. Proud citizen of Western civilization says, the other thing about Jake Lang that ticked me off was how inconsiderate Jake Lang was for not speaking with Austin Metcalf's family before doing the rally. Absolutely. And of course, you know that at this point in the context of the West, you're not going to be able to hold a rally where a white family is going to be able to join you, and you're going to have support from the community, and you're going to have anti-whites to various degrees, or people who are villainy signal anti-whiteism, paralyzed by the indecision and lack of confidence in their anti-white sentiments and what was right or wrong in that particular instance. You just don't have the context yet. And so, Jeff goes out and says the very same day, oh, he forgives the black murderer. He forgives Carmelo. And Carmelo just made a little mistake by shoving a knife into his son's heart. And that it has absolutely nothing to do with race. Of course, you know that this family is not welcoming you and going to receive. So he is forcing his way. I mean, talk about not doing anything to disabuse us of the stereotype. He is forcing his way into this family's life, who is grieving, this white family. I mean, if anything, we should hate this POS for forcing his way in to this white family's lives in their time of grieving after losing their brother and their son. We should hate him for that. That doesn't mean that we can't criticize the Metcalfs for being anti-white and behaving like anti-whites and not caring about their son, Austin, the way they should and would if they were white positive. We can obviously also criticize that. But that doesn't prevent us from criticizing this POS for using the son's image for his own aggrandizement. You, Jake Lang. Don't come up to Northern Virginia. Don't come, because you're famous and I can't get a set of eyeballs. So I might have to meet you somewhere if you come up to Northern Virginia with a camera. Because if you're famous, I can get famous real fast. Let me see. Tag me as No White Guilt, and I'll be taking a look at what you have to say.
All right. So there's the big event. As you can see, my friends, this is Dan. We'll get another view of Dan in a moment. Here's Dan. There's your audience. Here's a wide shot so you can see all of the crowd, which, as I said, really consists of a lot of people who are content creators themselves, trying to make a name for themselves. They got the shot. They got the image. They've reported on the event. Now, what was really hilarious is during this rally, Jake decided to tell everybody that there was a huge audience of people, it was colossal. They were just hiding in their cars because they were afraid. Well, of course, the problem for Jake was that you could look at the cars, the people there with their video cameras, the anti-whites documenting it. They could look at the cars in the parking lot and see that there wasn't a huge audience. I could just imagine this guy talking about his lovemaking prowess. A huge audience there, huge. And they could see that there weren't any. So what Jake ended up saying was they're driving by. They're driving by, and in hot Texas right now, they had their windows down, not to enjoy the warm air, spring air coming in, but instead to, as they drive by, hear everything that Jake Lang has to say. Talk about pathetic. Talk about abject, pathetic nonsense. What a flop this was. I was waiting for him to say, you know what? We opened up this real estate app, and there's a community just north of us with 6,000 homes. And so you think about 4 people in each home, and that's how many people are in attendance. They have their windows open over there. Let's look at some more footage.
Trash just because they're white. And there's so many people say, oh, it's not true. It's not true. It is true. I see it.
Here's somebody mocking them on the ground. Look at this guy right here. I don't know if you can see the cursor. Look at this guy ridiculing Jake Lang, this total flop. Again, off to the right, you can see Dan, the audience. I want you to look here on the bus, though, because right here on the bus is MLK, and it says, I have a dream.
Day after day, month after month, year after year, and I'm tired of the anti-white racism.
Hey, why is he using anti-white? Because of the House of Swash. Because we have put that into the language of the world. Do you think that Lorraine is going to want to have us on for an interview? We're the ones who put that into the world. Everybody knows that. We're the ones who put anti-whiteism into the world. Do you think she's going to want to talk with us? We're the ones who, do you think Manarino is going to do that? Do you think Matt Wallace is going to have us on and retweet us? We're the ones who did that. He would be calling them Marxists right now. And everybody who is honest knows that. He would be calling them communists right now. And everyone knows that if it weren't for us.
The anti-white hate. I'm tired of the anti-white violence. I will stand on top of a damn bus and scream that we are going to end this shit right.
The guy with the flag is a content creator too.
Right now. That's my brother Philip Anderson. Philip Anderson is a January 6th patriot and my white friends. Where they've been put down, they've been treated like trash just because they're white. And there's so many people say, oh, it's not true, it's not true. It is true. I see it day after day.
Look, he's doing... All right. Philip Anderson, the black guy speaking up for the white race. You see, you have here the counter-protesters.
The counter-protesters were not supposed to be here.
So, of course, obviously, everybody in the yellow is identified as a police officer. There are undercover cops there as well. So keep your eye open for them. Imagine this. And then a handful of counter protesters. And let me tell you, this is a handsome lot. 2 of them do get arrested, though. And one of them, because some white guy decided to scream at her, and then she maced him. And she is a Weeble people. Do you remember Weeble peoples? You can push them over, but they don't fall down. Jake Lang ends up on top of the bus, and he's like, "Can you believe it? We were almost taken out by the Weeble person. You know you can't push them down. They don't stay down. They just wobble right back up. It's a total threat to our lives." She's like 4 foot tall. And then they find in her purse a butter knife. And I'm sure also some rolls. And once you see the rolls on this woman.
But they have to come here. They have to disrupt. But you will not scare us. You will not run us off. We're going to stand our ground and say exactly what we believe. All we have said is that it's wrong for white people to be killed. It's wrong for...
That is not, this is the typical bait and switch. Again, not disabusing us of the stereotype. It's the bait and switch. He's saying the black race, the blood is crying out for justice. The black race needs to be held accountable for what they do to the white race. And now he's saying, oh, we're just talking. All we want is, no, Jason Kuhn, have been talking about our victimization for 3 fucking decades, not about victimizing other races of people. I am the real deal. This is counterfeit. And all my Southern brothers and sisters, they know counterfeit. When I say counterfeit, you know, when I say he's a counterfeit sumbitch, you know exactly what I'm saying.
Our white friends and family members to be killed. That's all we're saying, that it's wrong for violence and racism against white people. Just for saying that.
Legitimizing the concept that destroyed Western civilization, racism. 20 minutes after the protest has started, take a look at that. And there, my friends, is Dan. We're going to have another look at Dan here. Because Dan's a special sort. Here was another member of the audience.
Hey, white kid, help me every time. Help me on top of the bus screaming.
This audience member, a content creator himself, who is waging a war on T-Mobile, of all entities. T-Mobile took my Millions of people know about this event. Millions were told. Millions were spreading it. All these airheaded women in MAGA, not a word for us. This is what they're talking about.
And the only reason why.
Look, the cop's like, hey, buddy, just shut up. Godfather says, glad I'm far away, spending Easter with my oldest daughter up north. Hit the Boston 250th yesterday. Wow, man, that's awesome. Glad you're up there. Have a great time with your daughter of the West. I'm just looking for tags right now. I might burn down anybody who is challenging me. I think I have somebody who is apologizing to me for having called me a Jew in the past. Well, thank you so much. If that's genuine, thank you so much. You've come to the light. You see the reality. Happy Easter, brothers and sisters. I've come today to get the take on Jake Lang. I knew I was going to be very spicy, says proud citizen of the West. The great Franklinator is in the house. If you wrote me and tagged me and it scrolled away over here on on YouTube, write me again. And first, last, and tag me again so I can get at it. Jay Bishop is here. Spots and is here. He says, first, last says, Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. And that's what Jake Lang was really going on about. He's like, they came here to kill us. They came here. They had a knife. This is literally what this clown said. They had a knife in their backpack, just like Austin Metcalf had to deal with. He got stabbed through the heart. She was a Weeble person. Literally.
Hey, police, this woman right here in the back. If you made someone, please get rid of her.
Oh, I got to get her up on the screen. Oh, here we go. Hey, and he's directing the police. He's like, this is the Weeble woman. She made somebody, you got to get her. And then they find out as they're packing her up, they're going through. They're like, okay, inside your lunchbox,
which of course, when you see her, you're going to realize it's not really a purse, it's a lunchbox. Along with the cinnamon rolls, she had a butter knife. And now he's like, you threatened to kill me.
Police, this woman right.
Somebody said from now on, Jake Lang is going to be known as the, quote, retard Spencer, close quote. And I think that was that's not my words. That was somebody else's. I mean, I think it's kind of appropriate.
Here in the mask. She made someone. Please get rid of her. You don't need to be here.
Come on, let's get a better look at
You're
her.
not supposed to be in the area. The police told you you're supposed to be over there on the other side.
Look at the winner here that got maced.
You're not supposed to be here. You know you're not supposed to be here. You know. Hey, police.
Oh, damn, you can't really see her very well. Shit.
She made someone. Please get rid of her. You don't need.
That's her right there. The mask, the glasses. Look at her. She's 4 foot tall. And she was a total threat. She was a total threat that she was practically about to take his life. I mean, you really, them Weeble people, they don't fall down. I got to sympathize. I mean, they could just take your ass right out. All 4 foot. She's about 4 foot wide, 4 foot tall. And then here's the other guy, anti-white, that the police surrounded and cuffed and stuffed. And then here is the ignominious end to, and what you're seeing here, and we're talking, remember I told you about Mountebank, and here's how they were, here's the doing nothing for the stereotype, they're dismounting at this point, the custom wrapped tour bus for PWA, Protect White America. And I could probably afford the lug nuts on this bus on one wheel. Not all of them, one wheel. But here you have this guy, Bruce Carter, and he fancies himself as Bruce Lee Carter. But he is the opposition. Now, he's the black guy who is radically anti-white. And Witless Witsky doesn't like this guy because he's hanging out with the Metcalfs. Now, why is it? And this is a multifaceted, complex thing to address that you can understand with perfect clarity, with lucidity, if you use the Go Free dialogic. Why would the Metcalfs receive this guy into their audience, into their home? He is a radical. He is a radical black nationalist. He is a promoter of something called the BMW Black Men Winning entity. I was just wondering the other day if it's also known under the, what is it? I'm not even gonna do it. I'm not gonna do that. That would be a little too much on the edge. But this guy in this event here, he shows up to bring the message of Jeff Metcalf, the father, and I guess maybe Megan, the mother as well, to Jake Lang and to what was happening here today. He shares his views and puts Jeff on the phone with Jake Lang. And we're going to watch that video in just one moment. Before we do that, though, let's see, what do we have here? Oh, that's the next thing we're going to be talking about. Before we do that, let me go ahead and put this up there so I can introduce you to Dan. I got to move myself out of the way. Darn it. Can I make, let's see. This will do it. All right. This, my friends, of course, you're looking here at Philip Anderson speaking to 8 individuals who are down on the ground. They're reporters or they're content creators. And Philip has decided to join the audience member who showed up, rolled on his walker over to the event, and is now sitting on it as a wheelchair. And he's good to go there. He's got his colostomy bag on. He's got his Medicaid. He's got his nitroglycerin patches. If his heart starts to act wonky again, he's all good. He's like, do I got my nitro patches? Do I got my colostomy bag is in shape? Well, I thought he was just an audience member. I said he got one. He got Dan here. But no, my friends, Dan himself is a content creator. And you're not, maybe you can't read very well the bottom of the sign. He had a very interesting and eclectic signage around his wheelchair there. The bottom here, it says, "Remember the Alamo."
I mean, this dude is old, but I don't know if he's that old. Was Dan out there in the audience? He's like, who the hell's Carmilla? I'm here for Santa Ana. Lock his ass up. When are we going to get Santa Ana? He is from some bizarre, he is some preacher from some bizarre ministries outfit. And so the audience member, Dan, is not even a real audience member. He is also a content. No one was there who wasn't a content creator or reporter or a counter protester. And of course, most notable, the Weeble woman, who was a total threat to Jake Lang and Philip Anderson here. But now I want to show you the back and forth between Carter and Bruce Carter and Jake Lang with Jeff Metcalf on the phone. And of course, Philip Anderson has to chime in as well. Really quickly, I want to show you, and I might be talking about on Wednesday, a back and forth with somebody completely different. And our community just trounced the ever-living out of this guy, who is a extremely bright guy and extremely trounced the out of him. And there was a guy there, as there always is in the live chat, or not in the live chat, but in the thread, who was saying, no, forget about this go free crap. You need to follow this little I'm a Mexican. You need to follow him right away. So I was like, so who is this? Who is this white guy? So here's your typical white guy that said, ignore White Wellbeing. Instead, follow Nick Fuentes for the answers to what trouble the white race. There he is. Yeah, he's the whitish looking guy on the right there. It's a picture that he put up on his account, so he's not being doxxed. It's up there on his account. That's him. And he says on his account, he's better than you because he has better hair. But this is a guy that says, forget about White Wellbeing. He's an ardent Nick Fuentes fan. And you need to follow Nick Fuentes for the answers to what's being done to the white race. Let's have a brief look at Jake Lang on the bus being chauffeured from Florida to Texas in an interview, live stream with Jason Whitlock, and just a tiny bit of what he had to say. We'll get to that altercation right after that.
Jason, thanks for having me on. You know, normally I'm very jovial when I join your program, just getting out of prison 86 days ago from a presidential pardon. This is a type of thing where justice needs.
Yes, he is in a wife beater, and we will use wife beater for him. And he is purposefully showing this crucifix on his chest. Again, live going down the highway.
To be served. In this case, we have a killer on the loose, which you have said multiple times here. This man killed Austin Metcalf in cold blood. And there used to be sacred honor amongst men, a time where we could grieve.
Okay, now let me stop him right there. There used to be a time of sacred honor among men when we could grieve that somebody was murdered. Who's this language for? Again, it's not even for midwits. It's for midget-wit, violent white people. That statement it makes no sense whatsoever. There used to be a time when conflicting groups or disparate groups could come together in sacred honor. This phatic phrase that absolutely is meaningless. But because of its meaninglessness, remember, credo qui absurdum. And I took that from Tertullian and I applied a different definition to it. And it's written on the foreheads of all white people. If it is absurd, I believe it. So the midget with violent white people will say, we've been denied our time of sacred honor to grieve. Now it's time to get revenge on innocent black people.
Where the public could gather together and show up and show support for senseless violence. This is senseless violence. And they have stolen that from us. I am Jewish by bloodline, Christian violence. This is senseless violence. And they have stolen that from us. I am Jewish by bloodline, Christian by faith. And I understand that my community,
Okay, now let's just make it very clear. There is a separate identifiable sets of quote unquote bloodlines that are the Jewish people. And there are others that are Westmen. They are different things. They are not the same. Everybody of every race and background can support white well-being and object to the victimization of our people and oppose anti-whiteism, and they damn well better do it. If they're moral, they'll do it. If they want the West to continue, they will do it. But this guy then tells you that he is genetically Jewish and then speaks as, quote unquote, a white man for my white ass, for your white ass. You're not going to have any of these wealthy, powerful Jews like we saw show up at Columbia and Harvard and elsewhere to take down the leadership there for the good of Jews that are going to show up there for the good of whites. So no, there is the white race, Westman, Western kind, and there are Jewish people, and this guy is a Jewish guy.
Are millions of white Americans out there living in fear every day of being terrorized. And I have to stand up as a leader of my community and address this for what it is.
A leader of my community. And how many of these white MAGA bitches are out there endorsing him as the leader of the white race because he's a Jew, because they feel safe doing that, and not endorsing my Germanic featured ass and 3 decades worth of service, all of it recorded for people to see, an entire history of fighting for our people. They have nothing to do with me, but immediate support of this Jewish guy.
If it were just a couple cases left or right, here or there, we could, kind of chalk it up to a violent issue in America. But there is statistical data, factual data, 12 times the amount of black people robbing white people as the opposite way. That is.
Now, what of course does theft have to do with this? And if he's talking about per capita, he needs to say per capita. Obviously, the data is to infuriate low IQ violent whites.
A systemic issue that needs to be addressed and needs to be talked about for what it is. We cannot tiptoe around the issue. If we want to solve the culture of black violence in America,
solve the culture of black violence. White race, you're not going to solve our victimization by focusing on other people. And I'm going to talk exactly about how it's done and what a portion of my thesis has been, a very critical portion of my thesis has been on how to remedy, how to engender the creation of an identity for the white race so that we defend each other and fight for each other. And I can tell you this, there were no Carmelos stabbing young white guys, Austin Metcalfs, in the heart when we were 90+% of this country and stood up to more of a degree for ourselves than we do today. No, the Carmelos obeyed our laws. That's how it goes. When the white race stands together, that's how you stop this. You don't go fix the black community. You don't go fix their race. You can't do that.
Violent hip-hop gang culture. We need to name it for what it is. And as a white American myself, I have so much love for my community. I am very worried.
As a white American, you see how he flips back and forth, again, doing nothing for the stereotype.
About the people in my community being assaulted. I also have love for the black community, and that's why I'm not just calling out.
Yeah, this is the MAGA aspect of the argument here, the dialectic that he's sharing. It's about loving all people. And I think he says here about this absolute fiction that they share in the anti-white narrative, conservatives do, that the black race used to be this superior race, all in 3-piece suits. They all attended church 7 days a week. They were all the most noble, loving, caring, amazing people. And it wasn't until these elites separated us and then forced blacks to endure this gang culture that they began to behave in the way that they're behaving today. And I just want to talk about black violence so that we can get back to blacks being superior to everybody else.
This protest and this gathering with hatred, but we have consistently said we want to uplift the black community, return the modesty, the dignity, the love that they used to share with the white community of the Martin Luther King era, where they wore suits, they went to church, they had this great atmosphere about them.
That is great atmosphere. They were so amazing. Benny Johnson he's been interviewing several people. He'll never talk to me, but he's been interviewing several people. And as a content creator, he's doing the exact same thing. He is saying that the racial problems between blacks and whites only goes back 20 years. Everything before that was nirvana between black people and white people, which is an endorsement of multiracialism. The anti-whites are on the right, the anti-whites are on the left, and it ain't all right. I tell you, this clown right here with his top off, I don't know why he's built like this. He looks like a polyp. He looks like an ass polyp with that sloping shoulders that he has.
That is completely gone. There's a degenerate culture that is pervasive in a large majority of black Americans, and we need to address it as white Americans and say,
showing we got to love our fellow black Americans by talking about how violent they are. You see how nonsensical this is? I mean, his entire argument is about as sensical as boners for Rosie O'Donnell.
hey, please stop predatorizing, and please is a nice word.
Predatorizing. That's not a word. Do you mean preying upon? Predatorizing is not. You just made that up.
We're demanding. We're making a show of strength and a love of unity, demanding in the white community, stop predatorizing white Americans. You have been brainwashed. The black community, in by and large, not your audience, the black conservatives that watch your program, which is an amazing program, have nothing really to do with what we're talking about. But the other, I would say, all of the people who voted for Kamala Harris, which 97% of black women voted for Kamala Harris.
The reason he's talking about and shitting on black women is because Jason Whitlock is another great example of black male conservative content creators that rail against black women. They're the problem. So he's saying that to pace Whitlock, and you can see Whitlock's face. Whitlock is like, yeah, that true. That'd be true.
And over 80% of black men, those voters, that population, I am addressing those people today. They have.
By the way, Whitlock talks regularly, mentions regularly Nick Fuentes too. So do we have how many black content creators, big black content creators, are being assisted by the CIA? I mean, I'm just curious. These guys get enormous, and then they are all over this CIA op. In my opinion, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just a tard rally. But in my opinion, they're continually telling you who, if you're white, you need to be following as the leader of your community, never mentioning the community that actually has victories.
Ingrained with inside their own youth by propping up athletes, ball players, rappers, and other basically people that are,
I'm looking for words. I don't know the words I'm trying to say. Predatorized they predatorized us. And then saying that we need to ask them and of the black race to stop, and then we need to demand them to stop. Which one is it?
Living for the moment, not trying to.
He also said using the word please with them. Please don't predatorize us.
So in any type of longevity, there is a.
What does that mean? This guy cannot string two sentences together. The black race is not trying to sew in. Remember, he's talking about black people victimizing white people. And he says the black race is not trying to sew in longevity. What the did your brain flip over to that juicing infomercial you were watching last night? I mean, for God's sakes, if when he showed up at this event, law enforcement or TSA had been there and they had done a cavity search on him, they would have found his fucking head, okay? That's where they would have found his head.
They have ingrained with inside their own youth by propping up athletes, ball players, rappers, and other basically people that are living for the moment, not trying to sew in any type of longevity. There is a epidemic of immediate gratification in the black community. No one is willing to go to college, buy businesses, and by and large, and build into their community. As soon as one of these rappers or ball players gets any money, they move out of their community and they move into a white community, and they bring this degenerate culture with them. And eventually it is spreading out into the suburbs. It's spreading out into all of America. We are not safe. The white people in America are not safe right now. And we need to address and build with the black community to restore peace and honor amongst the different races in America and return to e pluribus purum.
Did you hear that? I want you to listen, and this is definitely a Freudian slip by Jake Lang. Listen again. See if you catch it. Cockatoo is saying of Frankie Payne, it takes a really big person to say what you say what you said. And I guess that's the person who used to call me a Jew, and now he's apologizing. Thank you so much. It does take a really big person. And he says that you should, I guess, tag Jason. Thank you for that. Listen closely to this. What do you hear Jake the Snake Lang say?
With the black community to restore peace and honor amongst the different races in America and return to e pluribus purum.
Did you catch that? E pluribus purum. Return to e pluribus purum. And then he'll say it in English.
Out of many, one.
In case you're unaware, it's e pluribus unum, from many, one. That's on our money. You can take out your money and have a look, and you'll see it there. E pluribus unum. What's Purim? Well, that's a holiday, like many of the holidays in the Jewish community, about slaughtering your opposition to prevent assimilation. Now, I might not be an expert on it, so you're going to have to go check it out for yourself and see all of these specific details. It has a couple of ways that Purim is pronounced. Sometimes it's Purim, they pronounce it that way. But essentially, Jewish people they'll say, and when they celebrate Purim, they say, it is about this moment when we had this pressure to assimilate, and we believed that we were going to be slaughtered, that since we weren't assimilating, they were going to kill us all, they being the Persians, ancient Persians. And so to prevent themselves from being slaughtered, they defended themselves by slaughtering all the Persians first. People on the outside of the Jewish community looking in say that, a lot of these holidays that you celebrate are of resisting assimilation. And we can see the evidence of the resisting of assimilation and of course, we know that to be imitation, in the fact that Jewish people have been around white people for millennia, and they're still a very distinct group of human beings. Very distinct group of human beings. They're doing very well, many of them, very well. So, e pluribus purum is what he's looking for. He wants to return to that. Neat little Freudian slip there, pal. Now for the interaction with Bruce, Carter, and Lang, and Jeff, the father of Austin, murdered by Carmelo.
You could have called him before that. You could have called him. I've been reaching out. I'm one of the biggest figures in America. Nobody's ever given your message. I've given you your message. I said, here's the response.
That's Bruce Carter, the black guy that the Metcalf family has taken in and are allowing him to speak for them at this event.
Members, everybody, I've given you your message, and here's the response. You're not giving my message. This guy said your message. What he said. He said that you, as a father, should be on the bus with.
Let this not be lost on any of us, that those who are arguing on both sides, supposedly for the white race, are not white, and that white people in their hundreds of thousands at a minimum have endorsed this.
Delivering the message he's delivering. Unfortunately, he's not a father, and the gentleman with him is not a father. Maybe they don't understand what love is. But at the end of the day, I've given your message. You understand what love is? Let me have 1 minute of my message. Call him. Okay, this is bullshit. He's on the phone right now. This is bullshit. This is not a good faith discussion. You're not going to talk to me, bro. Hold on. So, Jeff, go ahead. Go ahead. Jake?
Hey, Jeff, it's Jake Lang here. Jeff, first of all, my entire heart rests in your hands.
Listen to I had to pause there. That is a despicable thing. Everything that comes out of this glib, unctuous, counterfeit mountebank is garbage. This man just had his son murdered. And this clown, first thing he says, my heart rests in your hands.
Would be in my position. Not even as somebody who knew your son, but somebody that shares the same understanding. I grew up as a 17-year-old young white man too, and I grew up in fear of my life around black.
I grew up his whole life as a 17-year-old white man, is what he says. He's just like Austin. How disrespectful. How ignoble. What a piece of garbage.
People, because they were killing and robbing people around me all the time, and I don't.
Blacks were killing people around him all the time. I would like to see the evidence of that.
I don't understand, as I was a father, you could sit idly by and not condemn the culture that killed your son. There is an epidemic problem in this country, and your voice can be one of the loudest voices in this country, but you've chosen to recoil out of fear and continue the suppression. Why will you not stand with me and with the rest of the people? We're not calling for racial divide. We're not calling for hatred. We're saying 350,000 attacks on white people by black people a year in this country is wrong. Why can't you stand that and stay with that? Maybe you can. Would you be willing to stand by me in a press conference or in an individual interview and talk about?
To just take a good look at this leader of the white race. And the blue shirt is the black guy, leader of the white race.
This issue that is larger than Austin at this point. God rest a beautiful young man's soul that would have been one of ours.
Look at how wry his face is here. Got his beautiful young man.
God rest a beautiful young man's soul that would have been one of our strongest voices if he was still alive today.
He didn't mean a single word of that. If you can't tell that by what he said and how he said it and who he's saying it to, then get a therapist.
Are you done?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, my turn to speak. You are part of the fucking problem, my friend. You're trying to create more race divide than bridging the gap. I do not condone anything you do. You do not have any fucking...
That's called white guilt. No, let it go.
Can you believe he just said in there? So if you're having a hard time, I cleaned up the audio from what it was. It was horrible. Jeff said that Jake is part of the effing problem, and he doesn't want to have anything to do with Jake Lang. Nothing. And what does Jake say to the guy who just lost his son, who bled out in his other son's arms? Responds by, that's white guilt. He should have never done this rally. He should have never even thought up this grift of PWA. And then resulting in this this absolutely degenerate, insulting conversation with an actual white man. Yeah, we know Jeff is anti-white. We can analyze that separately. This is a white man who just lost his son. And this grifting piece of shit, anti-white, is there telling him that he's got white guilt because he won't stand with the Jewish guy who's calling on blacks, all black people, to be held accountable for what Carmelo did?
My son, let me finish. I'm giving you time. You take my son's face off your website. I am not associated with you.
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir.
Un-king real. I mean, I tell you what, if I had been there when he just said that to this white man, that you are creating more dead sons like your dead son, this guy should have went down and had the, what is it, a chronographer cleaned out. That's what should have happened. Massive tickling at this point.
You are creating more Austin Metcalfs.
Black man here, you are being weak. I gotta be honest with you about that, sir.
And then Philip Anderson chimes in, black man here, you're being weak, father of dead son.
Being weak. Condemn your son's killer and the culture that caused it.
Look at the face on this piece of shit. Telling this white father, condemn the killer. and the culture, the black race that caused it. Unbelievable. This is the most ignominious garbage and totally expected. And the thing that is really bothersome is the fact that so many white people out there are talking about this guy, and they same white people won't have anything to do with something born out of love, hope, and redemption that's working.
Hey, Jeff. That's the problem. You've been submitted. Jeff, you've been submitted. I'll handle it from here. You've been submitted. You're not going to make us back down. If we were all of your nature. Guys, listen. You're not going to say what a weak man. Do you know who you're talking to? You don't, do you? I'm talking to a black man. Don't. No, you're not. Okay.
Look at that look of fear on Lang's face. He says, I'm talking to a black man. Reminds me very much of Kurt Doolittle in this moment. Did anybody check to see if he had pissed his Huggies as well? Probably did when the Weeble woman threatened his life with her butter knife.
You sit here, you talk about Trump. But I am. You're not Google my name and Trump. No. When you do that, my name is. I agree with black men. No, Google that. But they're not winning right now.
And isn't this so apropos? Here you have this anti-white Jewish guy LARPing as the leader of the white race. And what is hanging over his left shoulder there? But the arm of a much larger black guy as his backup.
Becoming degenerates. What you're doing and murdering white people. You're not helping America. You're no more patriotic than I am. No way. Silent is not helping. You've been silent. It's only gotten worse. Where were you on January 6th?
Look at that. Leaders of the white race.
Silent, it's only gotten worse. Where were you? Did you stand for your country? So you think that made you patriot because you showed up there? Does that make you a patriot? Joe Biden, because you showed up? All you're doing is condemning us. What's your solution? My solution is to help people where they're weak. So we have an issue in young black males' lives across the country. It's not say that to Jeff Metcalf. Say that to Jeff Metcalf. We talk about it, man. Say it. At the end of the day, the man is asking. So let me ask you this: you got a father who's grieving. And your response is he's weak. My father is celebrating my strength right now. Can
you believe what that filthy piece of just said? This guy right here is saying you got a father who is grieving, talking about Jeff. Bruce Carter, the guy on the right with the cowboy hat, said that. And in response to that, Jake Lang said, my father's proud of me for being a defender of the white race.
No idea. You'll never win the Senate. And what I'll do, I'll come to Florida and run for Senate and run as a Republican, and I'll kick your butt. You lose, bro.
Look at those eyebrows sloping up in fear on Jeff Lang. This Bruce Carter is scaring the shit out of him.
Guarantee because this behavior is why we're in the situation where we are. No, we get these. Is that what it is? Yeah. Okay. Well, at the end of the day, he's asked you what to do and what not to do. Listen, you have a right to do it or not. You can say that about Austin Metcalf, but we're going to get. You don't know Austin. I love somebody. You love the thought of using Austin for T-shirts, for propaganda, and to get out.
I want you to go ahead and visualize right now that Lauren Whitlis-Witzke, she's not physically there, but she's there right beside Jake Lang as well. She's cheerleading him.
Talk about you want to shut down a white man right now. I'll shut you down. You're not shutting me down. I'm not raising money like because I've got family. I'm not raising money.
You're about to see Jake Lang's black guy and Jeff's black guy go at it.
Put down anymore. No, bro, you stop. You came here to try to shut him down. No, I came here to give him a message from a father. And listen, but I realized that's not his deal. Let's be honest. You're a black man trying to shut him down.
And that's that. This is what we're going to talk about, though. And we're going to cover this in a little bit more detail. This is my tweet. I will read it to you now. In light of all the recent black on white attacks, especially concerning Austin Metcalf, focusing on the bad behavior of non-white groups in order to unite white people is like convincing the average white person that there are toxins in watermelon. The average white person will either risk eating it or will exclude it from his diet. Most importantly, he won't care if you eat it. He won't care if your white kids eat it. He won't care if you're in an environment where all you have to eat is watermelon because he's good. That's what convincing a white person about black violence does for the white race. If, however, you convince him that he is victimized because the group to which he inescapably belongs is victimized, he'll begin to grow a concern for all of us. an identity as a people. If he can't escape the victimization, because the group to which he inescapably belongs is being victimized, he'll begin concerning himself with the victimization of that group to protect himself. This has been a part of my thesis for the recapture of our destiny for decades. And for it, I have been ostracized and slandered. As I am proven right by our victories via the hard work of our advocates in the House of Swash, those who ostracized and slandered me will claim that the thesis wasn't mine. Watch. And that it doesn't even matter whose thesis it was for all of these years, because it is self-evident now. So Jason and the House of Swash did nothing. These are the absolute worst of the white race. If there, I finish with, is any honor left in white men and women, they will set the record straight, and we will put an end to the evil that we suffer with in this age. Let's do some quick news. Bail $1,000 for a suspect who was high on drugs. Bail $250,000. Of course, that was after Judge Angela Tucker, a anti-white on the right, lowered it from the normal $1 million bail. And of course, Carmelo there stabbing a teen to death at a track meet. How about this for Easter?
Happy Easter! Happy Easter! Happy Easter!
Unfortunately, we're also receiving the news that Jacob Couch died as we expected when you have your head decapitated or nearly all the way decapitated. And I know some people were trying to hold out hope. There's no hope when something like that happens. Alabama dad Jacob Couch dies after he nearly is decapitated in suspect horrifying Arizona hatchet attack. Please, prayers, especially today, for Jacob's wife and his daughters. And this is a consequence of anti-whiteism. You won't be able to fix this by talking about black violence or black criminality stats or any of that. You'll only be able to fix it by going free of the anti-white narrative.
All for the border policy and everything that Trump is doing with the border. But here is my problem. Why are we focused on the border when literally we have Muslims taking over America? Literally. Look at New York City.
Let me just jump in, of course, with all of the quick news. I'm not advocating for anything that is said by any of these individuals or reportage. I am just sharing with you their content and then leaving it up to you to do research on your own to find out if it's true or not.
Look at their streets filled with prayer or filled, with Muslims laying in the streets with their mats, praying, blocking traffic. Look at Patterson, New Jersey,
of course, no entire group of anybody is bad at all, so I disagree with that. But she's sharing her observations.
Is now the capital of Palestine and is named Little Palestine. Not only that, the police officers who serve the American people to protect and serve have removed their American flags off of their uniforms and put the Palestinian flags on their uniforms. But we're focused on the border. We have Michigan, who is now allowing prayer to be played, Muslim prayer to be played 5 times a day over loud speakers, 5 times a day. They have even lifted their quiet ban to play these prayers at 5 a.m. or at 3 a.m. over the loudspeakers for Americans. And in Texas, what is Abbott allowing them to do? Abbott is allowing them to build a whole city, an entire city filled with Muslim schools, Muslim churches. It's absolutely ridiculous. And what else is going on, you ask? Look at Minneapolis. Do you think Wallace cares? I bet Wallace is cheering him on. This is ridiculous to me. Trump, why aren't you doing anything about this? JD Vance, why are you guys not doing anything about this? Do you want to be the president of the United States are go underneath Sharia law. What do you guys not understand about what's happening in America right now? The border was a problem. The border is a problem. We have it under control. Now you need to focus on this. We are under an attack within America, literally.
So we were talking a little bit about white America getting fed up with the victimization, the white erasure becoming increasingly receptive to white well-being and the love, hope, and redemption that we offer in service to white well-being. And here's an ordinary white woman who you could tell is a little nervous about the encroachment of Sharia law, and maybe she objects to the way that women are treated in Islam, at least some of Islam, not all of it. I'm sure the majority are wonderful people. But are you seeing some of the evidence? Are you seeing now Jake Lang? He's smelling the money there. Maybe you're seeing that we are coming closer to the day that we put an end to our victimization. Let's keep this news rolling. Secret Service plans to fire DEI hired agents, but an Obama-appointed judge rules it illegal. Trump then assigns them to protect Clinton, Obama, and Biden, who reject them and demand merit-based male, and I'll just say probably white male agents. You mean you don't want this little cupcake, this weeble person defending you? Typical.
We no longer want to look filled. We no longer want to look fake. And I'm so glad we're moving past that because it was such a weird trend for the last couple of years.
Rock.
Let's rock.
Slithering shadows, cowards of the night, parasites feeding on the light of Western kind. Your venom, empty white poisons the well, but the fire in our hearts burns hotter than your hell. Can you feel it? The weight of your lies crumbling down. Do you taste the ashes of the world you've drowned? Craven, hollow to the core. You feel the truth we bleed. You feel it blow your power. Dust is the echo of your empty creed. But we'll rise, Westmen were the storm you'll heed.
All right. Let me know that you can hear me over this great rockin' music by the wonderful Sloth. Giving some salutes for the music. Let me know that you can hear me very clearly over it. So glad to be with all of you. And we got Land of the Fake over here rocking it over on Premium Rumble and fired up by the stream today. Good to see you rocking it. Aliens Exist, Oak 7s, throwing up the Oak 7 salutes over there. Big salute to you as well, good brother. And I want everybody again to say hello to the feds who have shown up in the live chat and maybe the multiracial anti-Jew movement followers that are here. We see one. Say hello to the Fed. One stock. Say hello to that Fed. Those are scumbag showing up. You're a Fed. You just have you have zero evidence of any Fed backing, Fed support, zero evidence. Decades of service. You to hell. Please come to Northern Virginia. Let's have a full contact conversation. I'm so sick of sacrificing. I'm so sick of sacrificing for the white race, only to have these degenerate anonymous shit show up and say, oh, you're nothing. You're not going to be an anti-Jew instead of care about white people, then you're nothing. You're just a Fed. You're just a Jew. You're just a whatever. The day's going to come when you motherfuckers, I tell you, you guys, you definitely don't want me in charge because we would find you if I were in charge. We will find you if I get to be in charge. And forget about all of these, but my rights. You are getting in the way of the only program that is working for white well-being, that is actually saving white people. You show up with this scurrilous garbage because you dragged yourself out of the opium dens, the porno watching, endless porno watching opium dens. Absolute garbage. Good to see everybody over here on Entropy, over here on YouTube. Christian monarchist, are you saying hello to that Fed that's in the chat? Hello to the Feds in the chat. First Last saying Lang is disgusting. Melody Dawn is with us. Mr. White is here. Stumbling is here. For White Wellbeing is here. Proud citizen of Western civilization. Red Dog is in the house. Ay, ay, ay. Last Independent Thinker. Winged Productions is with us. Aaron is here. Good to see everybody. Kinfolk is here. Godfather says, good audio on the news, by the way. Thank you so much, brother, for the feedback. I need that since sometimes it's working, sometimes it's not. John is here. Boyo Spirit of the West is in the house. This is a Sunday gathering, and we are the Church of the West with the scientifically proven method for recapturing our destiny. Each white person improving the lives of every single white person who adopts the scientific method of go-free dialogic, and all of it replicable and scalable. Immense successes even at the current size with the current financing of next to nothing that we have. We are recapturing the destiny of Western kind, and we are pointing out those who are gatekeepers, who are in the way, who are misleaders, and we aren't putting up with the garbage anymore. Ivan Zahadable is here. Inquisitive is here. Let people know. Ardent Party is here. Let people know that we are live. We are rocking it. We are rolling. Another anti-white, anti-Jew here with us saying, Jason's going for the Jewish dollars. Except Jews don't fund me because I'm white positive, dipshit. It just so happens that all of your anti-Jewish leaders, they all have money and studios and connections. Maybe you want to take your head out of your ass. Of course, that guy's probably at Langley, or he's probably at J. Edgar Hoover, or he's probably in Israel. AOC is here. Won't let you fight for white well-being. And this is why we're going to be talking about how being anti-Jew is not pro-white. Arden Party says, I think he meant Purim too. Yep. It was a Freudian slip for the young man. Bacola is here. Hello and welcome. All right. What is actually happening with the Metcalfs right now? What's going on there? Well, Austin Metcalf, dad, reveals that he showed up over at a Carmelo press conference, which was really these press conferences. This family is being trotted out by Dominique Alexander, a guy who was convicted for physically abusing a toddler so that the corpus callosum in the toddler's brain bled, so that the ligaments and the actual retinal nerves bled in the child while he was babysitting the child for his girlfriend. Did you know this? So this is the classy character that is standing up at the front of the room, completely illiterate, and we'll look at some of what he said there. And in particular, at this press conference, you had the mother of Carmelo, which is a woman with a completely different name, Kayla Hayes, who got up and spoke. And then they had this photo op while Dominique Alexander was speaking, where she's laying her head on Andrew, Carmelo's father, on his chest. And I guarantee you, this photo is going to be turned into anti-white movies, anti-white TV shows. It's going to be iterations of the anti-white TV shows you're already watching, made for TV movies. It is the long-suffering, long put upon, classily dressed, handsome black father and mother, achievers. They live in a $900,000 home. He drives a Cadillac Escalade, and still they're suffering from anti-white. Still the white race is victimizing them. I guarantee it when you see the imagery, if you haven't seen it already. Well, unfortunately, Jeff is suffering from anti-whiteism severely, and he is reaching out to the black race. He feels, because of anti-whiteism, that it is incumbent upon him to make amends with the family of the son who murdered his son in cold blood. That is the effect of anti-whiteism. Now, we could talk about CRS, a community relations service. We were the people who brought that years ago to so many people's awareness that the entity exists. We even named the co-entity in the United Kingdom doing the same thing. Those are consequences of anti-whiteism. They're not the agents of anti-whiteism. Jeff did not need, Megan Metcalf did not need, Hunter Metcalf did not need CRS to show up and tell them, hey, you better behave in an anti-white way in order to be anti-white. They are anti-white because they are reared in anti-whiteism, and they have been denied the formula that frees them from anti-whiteism so that white people can have the moral high ground relative to the anti-whites in their lives. So as a consequence, Jeff feels guilted. He feels like he owes. He feels like he has to be deferential. He feels like he has to, quote, pray with the Anthonys over what happened. Pray for Carmelo and the mistake that Carmelo, the mistake, in Jeff's own words, that Carmelo made by murdering Austin, Jeff's son, in cold blood. And make no mistake about it. I mean, you obviously have, everybody has witnessed this, what's called in the law, actus rei, the actual moment and the killing. There are many eyewitnesses and supposedly video footage, etc., of the actual killing. So actus rei. But mens rea, the intent to murder, is also evident in Carmelo's statements. Touch me and see. Then after Austin touches him, Carmelo says, punch me and see. Give me a reason to kill you, to use deadly force on you. Give me a reason. That's mens rea. And other lawyers have argued that that in and of itself can be a case of first-degree murder. That he decided on the spur of the moment that I've got this weapon in my bag with my hand on it, and as soon as he does what I'm daring him to do, I'm going to kill him. What else? What else do we know? Immediately, the prosecutors say, we're not going to go for the death penalty or life imprisonment for Carmelo. This is what Jeff is hearing. Why is the prosecution saying that they're not going to go for the death penalty or life imprisonment for what, if your white ass did it or my white ass did it, that's what they would be going for? I mean, remember, I showed you the video in the news of the 8-year-old white boy who got 40 years in jail for killing 2 classmates by giving them his grandmother's medicine after years of psychological abuse and physical abuse by those 2 kids. He got 40 years, tried as an adult at 8. So you know, damn well know that you and I would be charged as adults, no matter our age, and we would receive, and they'd be pushing, the prosecutors would be pushing for death penalty, etc. Why is that? Because of anti-whiteism. That's why. So Jeff hears his son's murder in cold blood, dies in the arms of his brother, which is in effect also killed by this murder. Here's the prosecutor say, no, we're going to slap him on the wrist. That's what we're shooting for, a slap on the wrist. No legitimate justice for the Metcalfs. Not going to do it. Bond set at $1 million, which is the automatic. It's the customary. They're not even thinking about it. But then an anti-white on the right, The left and the right are both anti-white. I mean, how many times we got to see this? A black woman who is anti-white on the right. Governor Abbott has appointed her twice. And her name, Judge Angela Tucker, decides, oh, no, that's too much. I'm going to take that away. We're going to knock it down to $250,000 so he can be out right away with the bail bondsman by this Pastor Casey guy who owns a bail bonds, who ostensibly came in and paid the whole thing himself so that the Anthonys didn't have to pay it. Oh, no, Corey Tony. Unlimited bail bonds is the bail bonds company. Unlimited, no shit. Both families raising money, but the Metcalfs barely raising anything from a selfishly individualistic white race. The Anthonys, bolstered by anti-whiteism, raising upwards of $500,000 for this. Now, to correct the record about the information coming out on these people, and this is why I said the beginning of January 2025, for all of us to remember forever, is the end of putting faith in peer-to-peer communication. You can't believe it anymore. That's over. We cannot be gullible in this community like white people are gullible boobs, credulous everywhere else in the world. We have to be cynical. So more information is coming out that they've lived in the $900,000 house for a year. That the car is also roughly, the Escalade, also roughly that age, and that it's part of the father's success as the manager of an auto dealership. So that Escalade, part of his perquisite of being in charge of the dealership. We can talk about other things that you can take a biospirit and put it in the richest neighborhoods and put it with the most expensive cars. And as Kayla Hayes, the mother of Carmelo, said, he's got two loving parents, and he is cared for, and he's got a job, and he is succeeds in school, and all. You can have all of that and still stab somebody in the heart for saying, you're not going to flex on us, rival team football athlete, and sit under our tent. You're going to have to go sit under a different tent. Flexing on the Metcalf boys, football players, flexing on them because he's the rival team. That's what I'm telling you. I wasn't there, but my gut tells me that's why he was under the tent. Not because he's stealing, not because I'm not saying he couldn't want to steal anything, but that's not why he was there, in my opinion. He was there to flex on the rival team and then taunt. Touch me and see what I do to you. A guy who, a white female, a fan of his from his high school, interviewed by a TV station, said, everybody knows him. I know him for fighting. Oh, he's a fighter, but never heard of him using a knife on somebody. He was, of course, suspended for using a knife, and we covered all of that material before. But that is to set the table that Jeff Metcalf is watching this happen, and he still feels deferential. He still feels guilty. Now, Witzke, who's a fan of Jake Lang, Witzke, the anti-Jew, with her non-white Hispanic husband, she sides with Jake Lang, and she says that Bruce Carter, the black guy with the cowboy hat, he must be manipulating Jeff and the Metcalfs. He's by their side. No, witless Witzke. He's been brought into the family in loving arms because they're all anti-white. And if we don't address the anti-whiteism, your little brown kids, if you have any with your husband, they'll be saying the same garbage you are as the white race continues to get white erased. This is what we have to address. Will Jeff, feeling deferential and sad over losing his son, stricken with anti-whiteism, decides he's going to go over to the press conference. And here we have on the news, Austin Metcalf's dad reveals he was disrespected. He was thrown out of the Carmelo Anthony press conference. He just hoped to pray with the killer's family. I believe 100% that's what this guy was doing. The father of slain, Austin Metcalf, said he hoped he could pray with the family of his son's alleged killer. You mean murderer? New York Post. But wound up feeling disrespected when he showed up earlier in the week to this event, and the Anthony family, or Dominique Alexander, by the way, Dominique Alexander, who was convicted of physically abusing and making the brain bleed in several places of his girlfriend's toddler, he also was charged with beating up his girlfriend. Now, she decided she wasn't going to participate with the court system, and so the court system, because they're inundated, they dropped the case against him. But this whole beating of females that you're being taught in the manosphere and in the multiracial anti-Jew sphere, this is the kind of person that does that. Beats up the woman, beats up the toddler, charges for both, convicted for beating up the toddler, finally did admit that he at least admitted that he had shaken the baby. I think he punched the baby is what I think, to cause the trauma to the head, the brain bouncing back and forth after he probably backhanded the child. I could see it happening right now. Maybe I've kind of seen folks like Dominique do that before. This is the leader, the spokesperson, the representative that Andrew and Kayla, Anthony/Hayes, have chosen for their family, and Carmelo Anthony. So Jeff shows up to pray with them. Somebody there calls the cops on Jeff, and they escort him away from the property. You know what's interesting? Jeff didn't kill anybody when he was told to leave his seat. Isn't that something? They went to Jeff and they said, hey, father of murdered son, father of other son that is practically murdered as well, having watched his twin brother die, bleed out in his arms. By the way, talking about the blood that was cleaned up, they said that Austin bled out. That's 10 pints. That little sliver on the ground that Jake Lang was pointing to as the blood of Austin crying out, bravo Sierra. 10 pints is shit tons of blood. So Jeff shows up there and they're like, you got to get out. And Jeff doesn't kill anybody. Fascinating. He also resigned from, this is, I guess, okay, so this is the follow-up on the things that as a result of Jeff showing up, did you know? Did you hear? Since Jeff showed up and then was told to leave and didn't kill anybody, and all he wanted to do was pray with this family about what happened. He has every right to be there, even though I totally disagree with him going, and the motive of the impetus for him going to participate in this. He, if anything, if we had a healthier white race, and if he was healthier, he could hold a counter press conference, but that's neither here nor there. Did you hear what ended up happening to him? Well, he was swatted. Yeah, we don't know exactly who swatted the grieving family twice, but my money is on anti-whites. So after Jeff shows up to grieve and pray with Carmelo's family over the, and I'm sure pray for Carmelo and what ends up being dished out to him punish-wise, he's thrown out and then he's swatted. The police show up with overarching force, guns drawn to the family who's grieving. This is the insanity. This is the demonism of anti-whites, ladies and gentlemen. You are dealing with veritable monsters that would send SWAT teams to a grieving family's house. And you couldn't be more deferential and apologetic than this doughy guy, Jeff Metcalf, right here. He could not have done more to say this has nothing to do with race. That everyone out there trying to talk about race and the victimization of white people are losers who are just trying to draw a divide in this country. And we know that we all just have to come together. He couldn't go further, and he was still not anti-white enough. Never forget this moment. Never forget the moment that the radically anti-white father of a promising white young man and his brother similarly psychologically murdered. Never forget that this anti-white guy that did everything he could to be anti-white, he practically walked in there on his knees, was still not anti-white enough. Folks, anti-whites hate white people and everything we produce with a visceral, psychotic, physical, spiritual hatred that you can't even begin to fathom. People that would do this to a grieving family, that, as I just articulated in all of these different ways, are truly inhuman monsters. This is the press conference where Dominique Alexander had this to say about Jeff Alexander showing up.
What we've seen at the beginning of this press conference, the father being at this press conference, is a disrespect to the dignity of his son. As that was disrespectful and just shows you all the character.
Now, for this alone, this piece of human waste, for that alone, he's saying it's disrespectful for the father of the murdered to show up. That he has no right, he goes on to say, to be around this family who are suffering. He's no right to be there. But then he attacks Jeff's character. That's the character of the white race Dominique Alexander is talking about. That's the character. This is the fucking father of the slain kid. I'm telling you what, the white race is so sick. You can see all this happening. And where do they throw in their energies? Where do they put their money? Where do they talk? Who do they talk about? Not about love, hope, and redemption for our people. Not about what works. Anti-non-white filth. Abstractionizing filth. Unbelievable. You see the character of these people.
Is a disrespect to the dignity of his son. As that was disrespectful and just shows you all the character who is not invited. He knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family.
Increasingly, anti-whites like this hold positions of power across the West. These will be the people, if they have already in the course of your life, but they will increasingly, your life and the lives of all the people we care about and love, in positions of authority to make decisions about your prosecution, persecution, your punishment, what kind of person you are. None of it logical, none of it rational, all of it pure and unadulterated, distilled anti-white hatred. What has been in effect as the resistance to this sort of anti-white madness? Anti-non-white garbage, abstractionizing garbage for generations. For generations, all of that has been in positions to fight back against our victimization. And this is where we are today. These are going to be the prosecutors and the people and the judges and the teachers and the principals. These are going to be the police officers and the mayors and the governors and the senators and the congressmen and women and the presidents who are going to decide what happens to your white ass, what happens to all of us. If you're not ready for something different, it's because you are defective. Something is seriously wrong with you. If you're not ready for something that is demonstrably successful, something is wrong with you. You are either hardcore anti-white and pretending to be, LARPing, counterfeiting to be somebody who cares about the white race, like that Nick supporter that we showed you earlier in the picture. You're either hardcore anti-white or you are defective.
But he did it. And so I say to people, actions speak louder than words.
The guy who punched a baby or shook the baby, he at least admitted to, and was charged with beating up his girlfriend. She didn't participate, so the trial didn't move forward. Actions speak louder than words. They sure do, anti-white pig. They sure do. That's your character.
Okay? What he has failed into?
Failed into. What he has failed into? How about speak our language properly, bitch?
Is the political operatives that want to make this thing a political thing of hate, yet bigotry, and yet racism.
You want to make it a thing about political hatred and racism. Meanwhile, Dominique has gone on in the totality of this press conference where he is saying that we're not pulling a race card. We live the race card, damn it. Everything is anti-black in this world. The white race, pure evil. But Jeff Metcalf, the guy who has broken his back in 6 places to be deferential to you anti-white motherfuckers, is the problem. He ain't anti-white enough. He's trying to bring race into it. Fuck you, buddy. Talk about in this monkey suit that he got on here. Talk about this monkey suit he has on with his fat red tie up front and sneakers on his feet. Can't even speak English. He had failed into. Probably that baby isn't going to be able to speak English now after you made its brain bleed, Dominique.
We have conservative operatives that have been posting nonstop.
And he went on to say, laying here,
if they
despicable.
show
That man is despicable. The mother got up and sing the baby. Anybody can for this thing.
Let's see if they show the photo op.
Didn't do anything.
Okay, there
The last week put my
is the
family
mother,
in danger. My
Kayla
husband,
Hayes.
Dave, what might happen to her.
Okay, she's crying about her family and they're afraid and etc. Oh, they didn't
The
show
first
it.
thing, for me.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Let's get that clear.
America.
There you go. There is the new photo for anti-whiteism. There are the victims of the Austin Metcalf murder. There they are. The real victims, the angelized race. Spiffed up, beautiful, in clothes, far more expensive than my father, who fought for this fucking country and worked construction his whole life, paying all his taxes, not breaking any laws. No children kill anybody. No children murder anybody. Can't afford clothes like this or Cadillac Escalades. There's your real victims right there. How much you want to bet you're going to see this as a mural in your city coming soon? How much you want to bet? Especially if Carmelo gets slightly more than a slap on the wrist. This will be the mural right there. staged ass photo op. And I got, I got no doubt that this mother is afraid for her daughter or whatever, that people are angry with her family. And I can commiserate, I can empathize with that. But as a white man, standing up for the white race for 3 decades in the trenches, with nobody giving a no black female, Lauren, whatever her damn name is, none of all of these different people, no Jason Whitlock, none of these folks saying a damn thing about me. As a white man, being suppressed, oppressed, ostracized, ignored, slandered, I'm still going to stand up for my people. I'm still going to do the right thing by my people. And will continue to be and operate with the morality that governs me. Absolutely despicable. We got to segue from this. I'm going to see what you all are saying really quickly. I'm going to hit up some happy news. We got some happy news we're going to take a look at. Tree Godfather says, go off, brother. Janice throws fire in the chat. Millennium Run. They will not allow Jeff to be seen as a victim or as moral, so they have to vilify him and remove him. Well, precisely. Big Bus saying Nick isn't a Fed. Well, it just might be a self-promoting, quote, I'm a Mexican. He needs to stop saying that he's the leader of the white race. An anti-Jew here, probably non-white, wants us to be anti-Jew. Sorry, bro. We are white positive. And if you don't like that, then fuck off. Just fuck yourself off. Go find there are tons of anti-Jew communities out there. We are white positive. And if you're not all right with white people, standing up for white people and making individual white people's lives better, then fuck you. You obviously don't care about white people. These police should be remembered when we've recaptured our destiny. These pigs can't be allowed to get away with this. Anti-whiteism ends with you. Thank you, brother. I mean, immediate garbage. If anybody shows up and they say, for all of you, for all time, and for everybody that hears my voice going off into eternity, anybody objecting to improving the lives of white people, wanting us to do something other than that, are the enemy. They are the enemy. And they need to be moved aside. I am done. 3 decades, you piece of garbage. I have endured you garbage waste of lives. Endless anti-Jew shit. And look at where we are today after those 3 decades. Fuck you and your name them bullshit. I'm naming the anti-whites. The only people that need to be targeted are those who are anti-us. That's all that matters. You want to be a shadow to another group of human beings? Then get lost and do it fast. My high school would relocate, says Winged Productions. The Kip's Big Boy statue. Now, so is this related to something you said earlier? Now show up to the rival side carrying a knife. Oh, okay. Yeah, exactly. Ambriel is with us. Good to see you, sister. First Last pointing out that all 3 of these individuals are grifters, 100%. Good to see Eaton, Red Hood, Fire. And Dennis, I think I saw you earlier. Mr. White. Saying hello, feds. Yeah, the feds have shown up. The fed scum have shown up. Ambriel says, I hate to see white children lose their lives from anti-white parasites. Thank you for that. It's demonic. Misty is here. Good to see you. Cool Bubba J Magic is with us. Good to see you, brother. The Westman says, I stand with white people and no white guilt with all of you. Amen, good sir. Yeah, they don't like. You notice how the feds really don't like you talking about the feds? You notice how they really don't like that? Fuck all you guys in the FBI basement. Fuck all you all. CIA basement, you over at Langley? Fuck you for your anti-whiteism. All showing up now. He's exposing our operation. Don't let him do that. Run over there and demonize him. But don't put it past actual losers who are anti-Jew from the multiracial anti-Jew movement. They could be white, they could be not. Don't put it past them to also show up to attack white well-being. They do it incessantly. They hate white people protecting white people. They hate white people becoming a people. They hate it. Especially this giant new crop of non-white Mexicans and El Salvadorians and etc. that have shown up in the States, and they see Jews as suppressing their people. And so they want to rile up white people. They want to make white people, white individuals, allies of theirs. So they feign to be white. I mean, we catch them all the time. We just caught another one the other day. And a couple of weeks before that, one came out after he was caught, self-admitted, came out with all of his Hitler paraphernalia. You know what Hitler would have done with you all? All the Hitler paraphernalia. Come on, white people. Come fight the Jews. Fuck you. All right, and this guy, this Dominique Alexander, want to be a lawyer. I don't think he has a law license yet. And he calls himself a minister. Doubt he's read much of the Bible, but whatever he has read, he has seen it through the lens of black nationalism. So that's where we are. But there's a bright spot, and we're going to take a look at that in just a moment. Land of the fake, home of the gay is rocking it over there. He says, name anti-whites. Exactly. So for all of you anti-Jews out there, hey, you better name them. Name the anti-whites. Aliens is this saying, this is a scary future. We keep going this direction. It's not long. Even up to the final fucking hour, we're going to be dealing with this garbage showing up saying, no, don't fight for yourselves. Don't become a people. Hoy McCoy over there on Rumble saying, awesome work, Jason. Thank you, brother. Let's see who we have. We have another attack by an anti-white monster that is turning out beautifully in the end. We'll take a look at that. Let me look at our live chat on Twitter. Anti-Vilification League has joined us over there. Anti-Jews, anti-non-white people are over there. Hamilton is over there. Thank you. Thank you back, brother. God bless Jason. Daughter of Eve is over there. Yeah, the debate between white well-being and everything else is really easy. Really easy. Has your ideology, vehicle, arguments been in place during the totality of the collapse? Oh, yes? Well, then nothing more needs to be said. I win. I win. For all sane people, for all white people who want to put an end to this, and good non-white people who want to help us put an end to this, I win. Has your ideology and arguments been in place during the totality of this collapse? It has. So you shut your ugly ass, low IQ, midget-witted, midget-sticked asses. Aim Brio pointing out, we're fighting for the white race, not ranting about Jews. It does nothing but further harm white well-being and will rapidly increase white erasure. Precisely. Fight corruption and the corrupted, says Wing in Production. I says it's not call them feds. Let's not call them feds. Must also call them anti-white. Exactly. Anti-white. It's their anti-white agenda. Well, do you all remember a very young man by the name of Landon? Exclusive. Mom shares incredible update from boy hurled 40 feet off Mall of America balcony when he was 5 by an anti-white madman.
Special guest today, Landon Hoffman and his older siblings, Haley and Hayden. They're huge Alex Ovechkin fans. They live in the area. Landon's been through a rough time, so Alex sent him a care package and a special message.
Landon, Hayden, Haley, Capital shared your story with me, and we would like to meet you in Minnesota. Go Cats!
Capital's always happy to brighten the day of a youngster.
After all the surgeries and the therapy and the retraining his brain, surgeries on his skull, surgeries on the body, little Landon is growing up happy again finally. Alex Ovechkin of the Washington Capitals reaching out and with tickets and collectibles. Of course, you remember Landon was thrown 40 feet over the third floor balcony, a Mall of America in Minnesota, by an anti-white when he was 6 years ago in a crime that shocked the country. Now, aged 11, Landon is thriving and miles away from the boy in the hospital bed who was fighting for his life. Severe head trauma, broken bones all over his body, life-threatening injury in the vein feeding the brain and runs to the heart. The mother, Carrie, told Daily Mail. Now, that is something to lift your spirits, if there ever was, on this glorious resurrection weekend. Little Landon. Let's quickly jump into something that I shared this past Wednesday, and it's this, that while I was streaming, another show has started streaming exactly as I'm streaming on Wednesdays, and talk about apropos to what we are just seeing with these anti-whites, whether they're agents, whether they're just scum of the earth showing up here and wanting us to stop fighting for and doing good things for white people. And while I was streaming, they were streaming. And while I was telling you X, Y, or Z, they were saying, at least one of them were, the exact same X, Y, or Z is true. I couldn't believe it. As I was streaming tonight, explaining how we're successful, and we're talking here about being anti-Jew is not pro-white. End of that conversation. As I was, and again, why do they say that? Why do they start off with, oh, it's for white people? Because that makes their jealousy and hatred sound noble. I'm not doing it just because I'm a selfish individualist and I hate that they work together and they do well, or that some of them, or whichever ones you consider to be anti-white, maybe you consider all of them to be anti-white. No. It's the personal hatred of these people for this group, whether anti-white or not, and they want to cloak it in a virtuous act. So let's read this. As I was streaming tonight, this is Wednesday. Remember, you were with me. Talk about if we were in biblical times, you all would think that Jesus had given me power. If we were in more ancient times, you would think that Odin had given me powers. How could a guy be this right? Well, here's the thing. You all can be that right too. Unlike other content creators and thought leaders that want you to believe, it's just they're just all intrinsically amazing. Celebrate, aggrandize them. I teach you how to do the exact same thing. As I was streaming tonight, explaining how we are successfully bringing the white race to peoplehood, to arrest our victimization, another show's host perfectly articulated the multiracial anti-Jew movement's position as it relates to our well-being. The host's name is Dave, and he co-hosts with Rebecca Hargraves, Vincent James, and a guy named Cameron. I told you all from the first time you've listened to me, and as you have saw tonight when the J Spurgs entered our live chat, J Spurging is not concerned with your and our well-being. I have literally told you, and I literally told you tonight, Wednesday night, during the gathering, their focus is on Jews and, quote, once the Jews are removed, you can have your well-being, white person. I have told you all that forever. That's never been good enough for me. We focus on us acting right now for white well-being in our circles of influence with our dialectical and lexical tools to improve our individual lives and the lives of those we can influence. When they say, and I want you to listen carefully to this, because we here who are spawning a white identity for Western kind, a brotherhood, a peoplehood, we here who are establishing and creating that, we are surrounded by white people who are selfish individualists. The abstractionist kind and the anti-non-white kind are both selfish individualists. I spell it out for you right here. When they say things like, quote, I want to live in a town full of white people, close quote, or, quote, I want the demographics of the 1950s, close quote. Never forget that this urge is not born out of a concern for you and white people they don't know. It is born out of their own selfish individualism for safety, comfort, familiarity, etc. If they were concerned with you as a white person, they'd be focused on us right now, right where and how you live your life. Never forget it. So again, because so many people misunderstand this, you get somebody up in front of you on internet or at a lectern and they're like, I want to live in an all-white town. Good for fucking you. Good for you, buddy. Good for you, lady. What about all the white people you don't know? And it's not good enough to pay lip service. Well, I'd like for them to live in white towns too. Well, then get to work. Get to work making that happen. Let's hear right from the horse's mouth.
I was just going to point out, Rebecca asked a question earlier, and it was basically just like, well, what are we even doing here? Well, I think that, where I'm coming from anyway, my primary interest is not about saving the white race or whatever is a secondary order consequence. It's a ripple effect of what I would like to see primarily, which is...
Did I tell you this? Have I not been telling you this since the very first time you heard me speak? Sometime later. And remember, I would tell you, I would ask these people, okay, well, how later? So first, all Jews have to disappear or disappear from power. It's a nice wish. And then how is everything better for us after that? Oh, well, I don't know. It just is. It just magically is. Well, are you an adult? White children are going through hell today. They're facing stabbings in the heart. They're facing brutal rape. They're facing, and you're like, magic will take care of it someday?
Is that Zionists are no longer running our government. So for me, it's a ripple effect of what I would like to see primarily, which saving the white race or whatever is a secondary order consequence. It's a ripple effect of what I would like to see primarily, which is that Zionists are no longer running our government. So for me, I will work with a black person, a Muslim person, whoever. I don't care. But that's the political end, is American self-sovereignty, that Americans are in charge of America, that we at the local level are not being subverted by some goofy Mossad church that's injecting all kinds of division and hate into the community, even at the local granular levels, so that,
So it's Mossad. It's Mossad. It's not anti-white. It's not white people. It's not anti-whiteism, the ideology. It's Mossad doing it.
Our people, black, white, whatever, Americans can run America again. So I view the primary as making Americans self-sovereign again as the primary goal. And the secondary order effects of that will be saving the white race from extinction. Does that make sense?
Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So a really pertinent follower of theirs decided he was going to speak up and tell me, oh, they're pro-white and you just jealous of them. He shares this little clip and they don't say anything of value here. He says everyone on that show is pro-white. They literally said on this episode that they are against multiracialism. Yeah, they said they want to live in an all-white town. You can be for white well-being and also fighting against groups trying to destroy us. Really, how are you fighting them? You mean saying mean things about them? He says here, you're being dishonest and likely envious of their success. So let's see. Pertinent, I wrote back. Neither of these people in this video is Dave, you insufferable clown. Second, this clip does not show what either of these people believe needs to happen to get to white well-being. Does it? You ignore because you're intellectually dishonest. Where I wrote that saying one wants to live in an all-white town is selfish individualism, unless the person is actively helping white people they don't know in their personal lives. I mean, do you feel better? Do you feel better if some white person is in a more white and safer place and they feel more of the biospiritual connection with the architecture and the holidays and the people there? Do you feel better that they are there and you are living in misery? Do you feel better when they say, I'd like my town in northern Idaho or whatever to be even whiter? Does that make you feel better? Does that make you feel like, boy, I really should follow that sort of thinking? Your life is so improved by the fact that they would like to live in even a whiter town. Third, no, you can't center Jews and whites at the same time. If you are centering Jews, talking about Jews from the past, talking about Jews in the present, talking about Jew books, talking about Jew lives, talking about Jew companies, always looking for the Jew in every situation and acting like you've done something when you find a Jew or claim that some unfound Jew must be somewhere behind the non-Jews, you ain't doing shit for white people. Saying that whites will be better off down the road, quote, after the Jews are gone, close quote, isn't doing something for white people. The Jews aren't going anywhere during your lifetime. So you are doing nothing for white people. I want to say this again. If your position, as all of these anti-Jew positions are, you've got to oppose the Jews. And then once the Jews are gone, and fill in the blank for what gone means, disempowered, not allowed to serve in government, not allowed to have money, and therefore the power that results from money, not allowed. Once the Jews are gone, then white people will have well-being. If you are one of these people, then you have just admitted, since Jews are going nowhere, I don't care how young you are, Jewish people are going nowhere over the total course of your life. You are openly telling all of us that you're not going to do a fucking thing for white people for your whole life because you're waiting for the Jews to be gone. You're waiting for the Jews to be out of power. You're waiting for the Jews to not allowed to have wealth. You're waiting for percentages to be put on different trades and professions of how many Jews can practice. You're waiting. You're not doing anything for white people. You are a liar. You are garbage. And what success are you suggesting I'm jealous of? You mean that they are more popular than me? You mean that they make more money than me? That tells me a lot about what you value and why you are involved. My objective, and I'm successfully achieving it, is improving the lives of white people by arresting the anti-whiteism they experience. And incidentally, for the non-white people who join us, Go Free helps them in their lives and improve their lives too. And how many people that we have heard testimonials from, how many for each one of those have had their lives improved in various ways that we'll never hear from? I'll never know who they are, not even as a screen name. That's the work that we're doing. Let Laverne and all of these others, and Wallace and all of the others, and Jason Whitlock, that they'll never talk about. That this show right here, Backlash and Dave, will never talk about. I finish with, good God, how in the hell does your stupid ass not realize you are in the wrong on multiple levels? You know what? All right. Aisle 5 needs more tampons on the shelf. So put your phone down, shut up, and get to work. And with that, we got to take our break. We'll be right back.
This is easy, that the future could go up in flames when the struggle is too heavy. I resolve to embrace, I will not give up and I will not give in. They can sink my ships, and if I have to, I'll swim. There is nothing I would not do. I would give my life to keep you safe and overcome this with grace. And overcome this with grace.
Time to celebrate our swashbucklers. Let me know that you can hear me okay. Then we're going to be back to a couple of pieces of news items, the lesson of the day, and what you all are having to say. But we're going to begin. Raucous emojis for the Franklinator and all the hard work he does in service to white well-being. Time stamps, collecting many of the testimonials, many of the successes that we have here in service to white well-being. You know him well. He is a troll slayer. He is an extraordinaire, the Franklin. Big love to the Franklin. We want to thank everybody who headed over to, and I don't know, was Franklin there today? Maybe he'll let us know. But the Don Jr. stream this past week, we had the Ivans Hobbable, we had Biospirit of the West, we have We Are Western Kind, and Cindy Ben, all swashing gloriously over on the number one son of the president. No, we don't have the all that network behind the scenes hooking people up and saying, you should talk to the No White Yo guy. We don't have any of that, but we do have our brains, and we have made it through the number one son of Donald Trump all the way to Donald Trump's lips. We've done it before. We'll do it again. That is the victories that we wield here in service to white well-being. Epic swashing. Swashing consists of sharing the lexical and dialectical armory that we wield in service to white well-being, changing the story that we're in, and therefore the system of moral and moral metrics in the West. Let's get over to these videos. There were so many victories, ladies and gentlemen, some testimonials, and I'm going to want to jump through those with you all. Let's see, it's not showing up on the screen yet, so let me pull that up on the screen so that we can make it work. And you know where we begin. We begin with Zarathustra. Thus spoke Zarathustra, and those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. Friedrich Nietzsche. Think about the entire rest of so-called advocates for the white race. They don't know why we celebrate. That's because they don't understand the program of white well-being. Let's continue. Here we have 237 likes and climbing on this Morton's victory from the Norwegian outreach team. This is over and says here, the article is about conservative journalists labeled a Nazi by anti-whites for posing a picture on X with some friends at a cabbage. So they were called Nazis for this because they're hot white females. So they didn't have black boyfriends with them or non-white boyfriends with them. And he says, our comments just being white, this is what it wrote, that got all of the likes and climbing, and not hating yourself for it is enough to be branded. This is the anti-white narrative. We honor this journalist for not falling for this. It makes her a hero in our stories. A conservative journalist, not the villain. A hero in our story, not the villain in their story. So we're not being bitched. Folks, does Go Free work? It's working in Norway. It's working in Norway. They want everyone to identify themselves by the slurs. Listen closely to this genius. They want everyone to identify themselves by their slurs, their anti-white slurs, because it confirms their ideology. Just like Muslims like it when non-Muslims call themselves a kafir or kafirs. So if that doesn't drive the point home about why you shouldn't play the villain in an anti-white narrative, what fucking will? Give it up for these heroes. If the radical Muslims want you to call yourself a kafir for being a non-Muslim, then calling yourself a racist is just as dumb. Calling yourself an anti-Semite is just as dumb. Aping their, what are you going to live in the world according to the way that Islam says that non-believers live the world? Are you going to imitate that? Are you going to chimp that? Are you going to monkey that for them? Because that's the equivalent of what you're doing in the anti-white narrative for the anti-whites if you're not going free. God, what a victory. Let's keep it rolling. We got a bunch. There he is, the commander himself, Anglo-Saxon and WG, over here under the politician Rupert Lowe. And he comes in and writes this. With 6,000 plus views, many likes, retweets, and comments, the white race has been the backbone of Christianity's survival and spread. Everything, its weight through our relentless dedication and cultural fortitude, carrying its weight through our relentless dedication and cultural fortitude. Without our unique biospirit, our creativity, resilience, and organizational prowess, Christianity would have faltered against competing ideologies or internal decay. And I will add to that the Christianity that the white race creates and practices with our biospirit would not be if we weren't practicing that religion, period. Britain was built on faith. Britain wasn't built on faith alone. It was our racial spirit that forged its foundations, blending Christian values with our innate drive for order and progress, prioritizing the preservation of our identity over maintaining Britain as a Christian nation is critical, as white erasure would unravel the very essence that sustained both our faith and our nation's greatness. Genius level writing right there, ladies and gentlemen. And you want to, are you one of the new people and you're like, no, Christianity then you are demeaning God's work. in the creation of the white race. He did not make us to practice or to cease to practice or to cease to be. So to say that anything comes before his creation, the way we are born, even the doctrine that comes much later after our birth, is blasphemy in my books. We're going to see Dallas in a moment. Get ready for this epic testimonial from this Herculean champion. And here she is. We have solutions. Have you heard of Jason Kuna? His Go Free method or the White Wellbeing community. His lexicon will empower you to defeat anti-whiteism and protect our people. I use this great method and spiritual tools. Look at this champion. 3,500 views, scores of likes, retweets, and comments. And we're going to sample. We're going to listen to that testimonial in just a moment. Give it up for Dallas. Brand new to swashbuckling, already a commander. Here we have for White Wellbeing. Talking about, I guess, got a like from Leo Curse. Says, anyone using the anti-white narrative and anti-white slurs like that must be identified as anti-white. The hour is late. Now, Leo is a professional comedian, and he gave a like to this. The hour is late. We have to oppose anti-whiteism head on across white nations and rally others to do the same. They are evil victimizers. We are loyal Westmen defending Western kind. And this guy, mainstream comic, gave that a like. I would say times are changing. Let's give it up for the swashbuckling commander for White Wellbeing. Here we go. This is I Am Yes, You Are No, taking a screenshot of one of my tweets that we'll see in just a moment. How many people did I Am Yes reach with the great verbiage and dialectics here? 110,000 views. Let's give it up for I Am Yes. Thousands and thousands of likes, retweets. Absolutely epic. Let's keep it rolling. Here we have the Great Thunder down under Australia. It works there, works in Norway, works in Australia, works in Canada, works in the United States, works in the UK. The formula works everywhere. Here we have Lunder swashing on Drew Hernandez here. He says, because he's an anti-white scumbag. Talking about LeBron James coming down through here, and a white child has his hand out. LeBron sees it, literally steps right by it, and gives a fist bump to the black kid. Lunder says it's because he's an anti-white scumbag. Here we have working up to 7,000 views, hundreds and hundreds of likes, retweets. Give it up for the swashbuckling commander, Lunder, down under Thunder. Here we have McGregor, twice used erasure. We got him halfway there, ladies and gentlemen, to using white erasure. Keep up the swashbuckling pressure. Here he is with Tucker Carlson in the first timestamp where he uses erasure. And then here he is, the second timestamp where McGregor uses erasure. We are halfway to getting him to use white erasure. We get him to start using white erasure. Big things get to happen. Let's give it up for all the swashbucklers who are swashing, independent swashbucklers, solo swashbucklers, as well as those in the OT working on Conor McGregor. Here we have me on Lang, and I'm not going to read it out for you here. You probably saw this. And this is just summarizing some of what I said about him. We come down here. We have over 3,000 views, 91 likes, 49 retweets, 37 comments, and of course happening while I am severely deboosted because I care about white people, white identity. That's where the deboosting lands. Not when you're anti-Jew, anti-non-white in general, or certainly not when you're an abstractionist. Keep it rolling. Here I am on, this was my biggie last week. This is A Tale of Two Fathers, where I wrote about black father, white father, black supporters, anti-white black supporters, that is, and the white supporters of Austin, and the difference there, how one is empowering and one is disempowering. 88,000 people and growing saw this. I don't often do as well as the rest of the swashbuckling team, but I get in there and like one of the teammates, and we make it happen together. Big salutes, Quadruple 07, trophies and gems. Let's keep it rolling. Here I am. You just watched this video. sharing the truth about the difference between anti-Jew and pro-white. How many views? 1,300 views, 51 likes, 21 retweets, and growing. We'll keep this going. Here I am again talking about the poor Jacob and Kristen Couch and this wonderful white man being decapitated in front of his loving wife, 2 children left without a father, a wonderful woman left without a husband by this anti-white monster that did this to him. We got 5.6 thousand views on that one. People hearing the swashbuckling truth. We are a team. We work together, and we are amazing because of it. Likes and retweets there. We'll keep it going. Here's my tweet. We're going to be talking about this a little bit more on the Go Free segment of our stream today, talking about focusing on the bad behavior and the difference there. My thesis. Here we have working on 3,000 views, likes, retweets, and comments, getting the message out to people. Here's the great homeless bear. Swashbuckling. He's got so many medals, he gleams like the sun. Homeless bear over there swashing over on Dr. Simon, and says one of the preliminary exercises in the Go Free practice is learning to recognize anti-whiteism in advertising. When you watch these ads, list all the anti-white ideas, mean pathogens being conveyed. 32 freaking thousand people saw this genius comment. Scores and scores of likes, retweets, and comments on it. Give it up for the homeless bear. He's hitting hard this week. He's over here on, is that Gripped? Swashing on Gripped with 13,000 likes, hundreds and hundreds, or 13,000 views, hundreds and hundreds of likes and retweets. What is he saying that all these people in this audience are now exposed to? This is the future of every white family if we don't start talking about the evil ideology of anti-whiteism. If whites don't come together worldwide as a single people with many countries, we can't control our destiny. As the audience had to take a breath there, Homeless Bear back again on Matt Walsh. 22.3 thousand views, hundreds of likes and retweets. Exactly, Matt. Anti-whiteism is the problem. It's not just blacks doing it either. In fact, many whites are guilty of pushing the anti-white narrative of their own volition. Whoever is doing it doesn't matter. It's wrong and needs to become a thing of the past. Matt Walsh's audience being exposed. Give it up for this swashbuckling general as we continue to rock it through. This is a testimonial from the great reptile. It's got to be read. I've said it 1,000 times. If it weren't for Go Free, there wouldn't be a solution. So stop wasting your time with other content creators. Stop funding their futility. Stop posting comments there if you aren't introducing the lexicon, and stop whining about other groups we should be emulating. I'm sick and tired of losing. Our people weren't just defeated by anti-whiteism. We surrendered to it. But now we have the 100% fail-proof solution. I swear most of our people don't even deserve the breakthrough Jason has given us, so don't squander it. I've got to share more of these testimonials. People can't even believe that we have testimonials. First of all, Reptile is a genius. He is a genius glass blower. He's a genius. He made this. The guy is amazing. Here we have epic testimonial from Westman123 on YouTube. He wrote this: I'm a master electrician, got stuck with a group of older guys that I realized right away would not listen to me, and this is the exact method I used to train them. And eventually, when things went wrong, they stopped and just stared at me for answers. You're the man, Jason the Great. Give it up for this hero right here, Westman. I shared how to get through to these people in that stream. He used that exact method, shut them all up, and won the day. I've never met this guy. I would love to meet him one of these days, but he is better, and because he is better, we are better. This is how it's supposed to work. You've got to be making the lives of white people better, or you aren't doing shit. There you have it. Now it's time to listen to the great Dallas. She is accomplished in many different fields. She's been a boxer. She's lifting. She's acting. Let's listen to what she has to say about white well-being.
Grateful to Jason Kuna and his awesome book, Go Free. This method for white well-being and how to overcome the psychological warfare that we've been abused with for all of our lives, and from, it's been going on for many years. And it's also painful because I just feel like I'm being more and more deeply red-pilled in this area. Things that I was aware of and that have, I've been battling kind of on my own and with God's help. I should never say on my own, but it's like this has just opened a world of tools that I needed and wanted at the right time, and I can't recommend it enough. And to me, we have two solutions, and they're all we need. And it isn't to hate the other group and hate this, and get mad get mad because righteous indignation is important. I mean, if you're apathetic, that's a problem, because then you're just going to go along with the anti-white narrative because that is the default narrative at this time. But it's the loudest voice. Okay, I'll put it that way. But that is changing. Okay, but that righteous indignation can turn you in the right direction, and that's when you find the solution. And that's when you become empowered and productive, and you don't waste your time on trolls and negativity and all the garbage. And I see what people, the negative comments, and I just dismiss them. But what I see is what really makes the difference is the people that have responded in positive ways, that have been affected positively the same way I have, and how that empowers us, and how, the ultimate goal is very simple. It's to end the victimization of white people, because it is very sad, and this is never talked about in any sort of mainstream platform, but white people are the most victimized group. We're the only unprotected class, men in particular, and we're constantly villainized. And it's just incredible. It's just incredible. And I see it, and it's so deep, and it goes so deep, and it's our whole lives, and it's on every level in our culture. And anyway, you can't win if you're not aware of it, and if you don't take action against it. And we take positive action, and that's what we do. We focus on white well-being. So I love his book. I love his methods. It's incredible. And I use his method, and then I use my spiritual tools, and they go perfectly together. And the spiritual tools is, I'm a Christian, and I use God's word that he has given us authority to use. He says, use my word. His word does not return to him void, and I return it to him all the time. God, I thank you that no weapon formed against me shall prosper. God, I thank you that all my needs are met according to your riches and glory by Christ Jesus. I thank you that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And I just do this through the day. This is how I get through the day. You keep fighting. You fight. It's spiritual warfare. You can't just sit back. It won't work. You'll be swallowed up by this. You have to fight. Use the scientific method and the spiritual, and they go well together. And I believe it's both from God.
Nothing but salutes, nothing but crowns and gems. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be right back. All right. What a journey this gathering has been from the very beginning. I'm feeling it. I know you're feeling it as well. We make the points. We prove the points. We are right, and there's no way around it. And that's why the haters hate. That's why they sling their slanders, and they're like, IDF is paying for this. Okay, twat. Okay, you little twat. Let's head on over to the Dude, a bro, a moment, a platform, ladies and gentlemen. We'll put that up on the screen, and we're going to get into this. Dude, bro, moment, 50 white well-being dollars. It's his house. He decides what the dollar amount is going to be, ladies and gentlemen. Dude, bro, moment, show the man some love. He can't be stopped. This is the kind of commitment that is changing. This is the wheel. You have all of these carnivalesque, avaricious, mercenary, covetous, rapacious, cupidinous people like Jake Lang. Do you like how I did that? He doesn't know any of those words. You have them out there, they're fakes. You got the others, they're the same exact. You could apply the same words. And here we have heroes like Dude Bro Moment, $50 for white well-being. All right, it's the dude. God bless you, brother. We have TJ coming in the house over here. Beautiful colors over here on Entropy today. If you have a look, TJ financially gifting $25. Let's get those quadruple sevens and crowns and gems for this hero as well, for the well-being of Western kind. TJ writes with that financial get testimonial to the successes, and Hyperborean Dream is here as well, ladies and gentlemen, as well. 25 white well-being dollars from the great, the one and only Hyperborean Dream, Hyperborea, a land of ice and frost giants, and that's who we are, ladies and gentlemen. And he writes as well in a princely way for white well-being. Let's give it up for these heroes as we swivel around and we refresh our screens off to my extreme right, and we celebrate Anonymous financially gifting $50. Let's show the love to Anonymous. $50. It's not always the same Anonymous. Remember that. This is a different Anonymous. This is an Anonymous. $50 from Anonymous. Show the love. He's watching. I can tell you that. Show the love for Anonymous. $50 from him as well. And we have Bring It Out, ladies and gentlemen. Get this man some pianos. Get him some musical notes in the live chat. You know who I'm talking about. It is the one and only First Last. Throwing it down with $100 bill, a $100 bill. First Last saying, keep leading. Thank you so much. And keep leading as well. We'll stand shoulder to shoulder, man. We are a team. Our heroes. And we got another hero showed up here. Cool Papa J Magic. $25 from another champion. These are the people you like to see on the field. $25. When you're rooting for your team, you want the all-stars to be out there, don't you? And these are the all-stars. Cool Papa J Magic, $25. He says, blessings, NWG and team. Big blessings back to the Cool and his epic family. Not done yet. The Godfather is in the house. The Tree Godfather, $20. The great. He's on a mission. He's on a peregrination, and he's with his daughter of the West for Easter. And he's broken out, in addition to all else that he does in service to white well-being, $20. He writes with those $20, since the feds won't fund us. Exactly, brother. Thank you so much. Since we don't get any Fed money. Thank you so much. We have the man who sleeps in his car in between shifts. This guy is so dedicated, and he is financially gifting $50. Corey, give it up for Corey. $50. Going free is the only solution, right? This champion, hard-working man. We're the ones paying the taxes. We're the ones working for a living. God bless these heroes. Let me swivel around and see if I have anything else that warrants the celebration. Then we'll get to the other financial gifts, your comments, and we're going to keep rolling here. Okay, I don't see anything on Odyssey. I don't see anything on the live. Anything new there? Don't see anything on Premium Rumble, but there's a lot of chat. There's a lot going on over there. Premium Rumble. I'm telling you what, Landon the fake is tearing it up, something vicious. Looking like a true hero. Good to see you rocking it, brother. We'll swivel it around back to over here, and we have Western Kind United gifting $1. Thank you so much, brother. Here is to continued recapture of subverted minds, he writes. Amen to that with that $1 bill. The continued recapture of subverted minds. We didn't miss anybody on Subscribe Star. Nope. Didn't miss anybody there. Doing so epically. We are still rolling. We got your comments. Tag me if I missed anything that you said, and we'll get to that. Don't have anything in the mailbag today, so we won't stop to look through the mailbag. We will, however, proceed to another truth before we get into the lesson of the day. Another truth that we shared and so many others chose not to heed. And we have so many little cocky conservatives out there who are so unhappy about this. Mayo Clinic. Well. Where's Starbuck now? How many times do we have to question? Did we have to ask where Starbuck went? Hey, Starbuck, don't be afraid. You were the Hey Jude song doesn't work for him. But Mayo Clinic just decides to rename the DEI office to the Office of Belonging. It's kind of like there was this Southern guy in Virginia that was saying, no, don't do that. They'll just rename. And they're like, no, we'll ignore you. Hey, don't let that guy speak. Yeah, he's just going to say that they're going to rename everything. We've got the method here. Don't worry about it. We're just going to keep calling it what they call it. And then I'm like, I could hear you talking and your dumbasses are wrong. They've already changed the name a bunch of times. Yeah, definitely don't let him talk. Gotcha. Definitely ostracize. Definitely call him a Fed. Definitely say he's a Jew. Mayo Clinic renames DEI office to the Office of Belonging. The Mayo Clinic is renaming its DEI office, Diverse Equity and Inclusion Office, to instead be called the Office of Belonging. Now, it's going to be a lot harder to take down the Office of Belonging because you're going to object to people belonging, feeling like they belong. Oh, well, Jason, don't worry. You see, I'll just make the argument that it's the same thing. And they'll just make the argument that it isn't. So you should have listened to me. You should have listened to the House of Swash. I mean, folks, every time I say, like, look, I'm right again, you in the House of Swash understand that that means you are right again. Because none of you would stick around here hearing me say, oh, they'll just rename it. You have to call it, you have to be an our story. So it's not even just a matter of call it anti-whiteism because they're just going to rename it. The deeper point is that you have to view the world from our story. When you view the world from our story, we give names to things in our story. We don't get into the story of Islam and call ourselves kefirs and whatever else that Islam says about people who have not submitted to or become Muslim yet. We don't say, well, what do they say about us? How do I dress if I'm a kefir? The kefir knows. I mean, now you see how dumb that sounds. I never even thought about that before. At least I can't remember. Instead of the goyim know, the kefir know. The kefir know. I mean, how pathetic are these midget-sticked wonders? This Wankerville. They call themselves goyim. Call yourself kefir next. You've got to be an our story. If we're going to be a people, we have to have our own story. A story is composed of the concepts, the names that are used in it. We teach you all of this. We create the story. It's figured out. It's working in just today's program, you see, in just today's gathering, working in America, working in the UK, working in Norway, working in Australia. It works everywhere. What more do you need? How fucking stupid are you? Seriously, and some of you are sitting there thinking, damn, I'm pretty dumb. Guess I should have bought into this earlier. Well, you can do it now. You can become a hero in our story. So it's going to be harder to take down something called the Office of Belonging. The error by the anti-whites, and I say error, it's not something that they could stop themselves from doing. It's a consequence of their power. It's a consequence of the domination of the anti-white narrative. And it's being uncontested. That they get to the point where they're like, okay, well, we will write right in there that we're discriminating against white people. And this is, we talk about like that rubber band of movement. This is one of the rubber bands of movement. This Office of Belonging will be much harder to change than DEI office. It'll be much harder to argue that office of belonging excludes white people, is discriminatory against, well, they won't even be doing that, because what they want to say is that this is Marxist, this is communist, this is socialist, this is etc. So they'll probably say, well, the office of belonging excludes certain classes of people, excludes people based on race. That's really what they'll say. That's, you know, if it weren't for us pushing Robbie Starbuck, he would never be saying white. He would be saying that they're discriminating on the basis of race and sometimes on the basis of sex. And which ones are those people that are getting discriminated against? You abstractionist coward. Since 2020, Mayo Clinic has intentionally focused on belonging as a cornerstone of staff well-being. In keeping with this focus and recent national events, we're embracing an opportunity to accelerate Mayo Clinic's belonging journey to reflect our culture and collaboration and respect and support positive patient experiences. So this is a rebranding, and I brought to you the news. As soon as companies started changing their policies, the names of their departments, the names. So what they did here at Mayo Clinic is exactly what Jason told you. And if you're practicing Go Free, you saw coming miles away that since we didn't call it broadly, we did in this community, but since whites did not call it anti-whiteism and anti-white hires and anti-white discrimination, since they didn't call it that, since they chose to call it what the anti-whites wanted it to be called, we said it's going to be very easy. Change the name of the department, change the name of the policy, change the name of the director, the person in charge, their title. And that's just what they did here at Mayo Clinic. It stays the same. It'll be impossible to dig into the mechanics of what they do in this department now relative to what we could have achieved with anti-whiteism. If we had said it's anti-whiteism, we could be demanding the evidence that it's not anti-white. Do you follow me? We could very easily say, oh, Office of Belonging, that's your new title for it. And we all, now there's a history now of calling it anti-white and acknowledging that it's anti-white. So Director Andrea, we want to see the evidence that it's not anti-white like the previous department. We want to see the evidence of that. So in other words, we say jump and they have to say how high. Isn't that a nice change from the way it's always been since you've been alive until you found Go Free? Yes, it is. You're welcome. And here we are for the Go Free lesson of the day. I want to see what you all are saying. Luca is in the live chat on Twitter. He says, hey, Jason, and are you reading Twitter messages too? I sure am. Make sure you tag me, though, and I'll keep an eye out. Thank you. Make sure you also retweet this stream. Everybody should retweet this stream. Quote tweet it, post it, so we can get to as many people as we can. But I'm going to be taking a look for comments. I don't see anything in the chat widget on Entropy. Don't see anything more on the live chat on Twitter. I'll swivel around to here and look at my heroes in the live chat on YouTube. Remember, you have to change the setting. It's a bit late in the gathering, but change it to live chat to make sure that at least much of what YouTube is going to exclude from you is not excluded. It won't be everything, but at least much. For White Wellbeing is with us. I'm looking for tags right now to see if anybody has. I was in that Western Kind United Space this morning. It was absolutely excellent, says the Tree Godfather. Awesome. That is great. Fantastic work by everybody. Western Kind United, everybody involved. He says, whole bunch of NWG folks in there. Totally epic. Big salutes to everybody. 07s. 07s. For White Wellbeing says, no white girl. And I want to thank you all, everybody who celebrated. I'm looking through here. I'm looking at your names. And I'm thinking that every one of you who celebrated is a total kick-ass winner of the First Order. The most important thing we have to do is celebrate each other when we achieve for our people, when we achieve for white well-being. Let's get the AC on in here. It's hot. Jason makes it hot in the house. McKinley says, I apologize if I made a disparaging comment about Southerners earlier. I am Southern myself, and I am newly sober and still dealing with anger. Your message is hopeful and good. Well, you're in the right place, and thank you for that. No worries. I mean, I'm obviously a Southerner as well, and we can make fun of ourselves. And you're in the right place. We have people who were on alcohol and some who continue to struggle with it, but they find that realizing that their estimation of themselves and that their actual physical, mental, and spiritual talents have been muted as a consequence of anti-whiteism over the course of their life. They begin to see that. You'll see what others have seen, that, wow, you are so much more. Your body is your temple. You're capable of so much more. You can begin to access so many of those latent abilities by addressing the mean pathogens that we are all infected with as a consequence of anti-whiteism. You can be a better you. Go Free gives you the tools for you to do it, for you to be the hero. It's just like all the people who were on the path to suicide. Go Free just gave them the tools to realize how important and valuable and special they are, and how much has been robbed from them in their lives as a result of anti-whiteism. When you realize that, when you begin to unlatch the locks on your body, you break the shackles on you, you're a new person. Stay on that path. Glad to have you. Lost Pilgrim is here. Great to see you. Would you kind of Saxony brother? May I ask a quick question? You sure may. Has Musk left the White House, or what happened? Well, I assume, yeah, that this is the end of his service under that rubric. So he was hired under a specific rubric, and I don't know the exact day it runs out, but he has to depart after that time limit, number of days of employment, run out. And that doesn't mean he can't return. And it doesn't mean that he still can't be a phone call away from Trump. And Trump can hire him again. And it's just that it's a policy already set in place that they have to abide by. Thank you for that question. Arden Party. Fellow recovery addict here, says Arden Party. Assure him that discipline is an exponential self-reinforcing skill. Precisely. And thank you for saying that, man. Thank you for having the heart to step up and the bravery to step up and say that. Yes. The more you do it, the more you engage, the more you stay focused. And the thing that is what I've heard back the most that's different than other treatment programs is that you learn that you are a special, and suppressed individual, that you are unique. As a member of Western Kind, you have been held, tied down, chained down. You're not going to hear that in other programs. They might say you as an individual, no, you've been literally targeted. And now you can get back at these people by giving up the garbage that they have put you on to cope with what they made of you in our world. You can get back at them. And like I said, you can access, as everybody does, more and more of your latent capabilities that have been suppressed as a consequence of anti-whiteism. You can't be told your whole life that your people are evil and you're evil and not have a detrimental, injurious effect on your estimation of yourself, your physical, spiritual, mental abilities. Luca says, thank you. Over here on live chat on Twitter. Yeah, you're welcome, man. Most, if not all, black pastors are just predators, tax cheating, sleazebags. Well, this would be obviously the anti-white order that he's talking about. Anti-whiteism ends with you. That couldn't make it on the streets as a gangster pimp. Yeah. and that is Dominique Alexander. Have you ever, I wonder if he's ever fought a man. I mean, I know he fought a baby. I know he fought a toddler. I know he fought his girlfriend, but has he ever fought a man? Maybe that's what he needs, set him straight. Have you ever heard of anti-white Italian Sonia Gandhi? She is married, guess who? And was expected to be head of one of the two major parties after she won the election. Who? No, I've never heard of her. Indian government did everything they could to kick her out till she resigned, even though she won an election. The Indian government is anti-white. So she is white. You can never shed enough of your whiteness. I really don't like that, but I'll read what you wrote there. For anti-white, you can never shed enough of your white identity for anti-whiteism. You can never be anti-white precisely. Yep. 100% the case. Let's take a look at this as I continue. Tag me across the board. I'm keeping an eye out. Keeping an eye out for your comments and your tags. But for the lesson of the day, I wanted to get back to this. It's so very important. Again, in light of all the recent black on white attacks, especially concerning Metcalf, focusing on the bad behavior of non-white groups in order to unite white people. Now listen to this analogy. Is like convincing the average white person that there are toxins in watermelon. The average white person will either risk eating it or will exclude it from his diet. Now, how many people out there have you known, white people, that you convince them, you and maybe other friends convince them that X, Y, or Z is bad? Maybe a part of town. I know there have been plenty of times that I've convinced white females. I used to take the Post and they would print all the crimes for the weekend. And I would show white females and they would say, wow, pages of crimes. And then the very next weekend, they would head right to Georgetown. Because they're thinking, it's not going to happen to me. But what's the best case scenario when you approach white people in this fashion? Toxins in the watermelon. Jews are all evil. Blacks are all evil. Hispanics are all evil. Whatever it is. What's like the best case scenario that you'll get out of that? They will not eat the watermelon. Does that help you? Does that help your children? Does that help the people you care about? Does it create an identity? No. It feeds the selfish individualism. By getting them to give up watermelon, you're feeding the selfish individualism. That's what all the data sharing does. That's what all the IQ test data does. That's what all the crime data does. It feeds the selfish individualism. We don't have a want for that stuff. It's superfluous. Nobody is going to forget reality of what they've lived with or experienced or what have you. It changes no minds. It turns people off. And as you see, relentlessly, with the reason and logic, but also in your lived experience, it feeds the selfish individualism. The person you convince of the toxins in the watermelon doesn't care if you eat them. It doesn't care if your town is forced to eat that watermelon. If he can flee and find watermelon like northern Idaho, if he could flee for a while, if he has the money to do it and he has the kind of job that he can do it and leave you in hell and watch our people and our countries burn into anti-white dissolution, he will. That's what the white race has countless generations proving. That is what being anti-non-white does. If, however, and this has been the element of my thesis, maybe one of the most that I have been condemned, one of the most for. and struggled and fought against naysayers. And why? Not because it lacks reason and logic. No, because it's contradictory to what all of these counterfeits and all of these grifters, all of these mercenaries, to really use the appropriate word, want to do. If, however, you convince the guy, if you convince him that he is victimized because the group to which he is inescapably belongs, the group he inescapably belongs, is victimized, he'll begin to grow a concern for all of us. And identity, therefore, as a people. He'll look across the horizon and see white people being victimized across the horizon. And he'll say, that's a problem. They're being victimized. And therefore, I will be victimized. If you can convince white people of that, you have the ingredients for a people where individuals achieve individual well-being by way of group well-being. Now ask yourself why. As you hear that, you know that's brilliant. Ask yourself why. I was suppressed for all those years. Ask yourself why all of these other content creators that will open the sentence by saying, we care about white people. We want to stop what's happening to white people. Oh, I want to live in an all-white town. Ask yourself why now. They're not interested in having that conversation with me. This has been part of my thesis for the recapture of our destiny for decades. And for it, I have been ostracized and slandered. As I am proven right by our victories via the hard work of our advocates, those who ostracized and slandered me because they have the blackest characters, because they are scum, will claim that the thesis wasn't mine. I guarantee it. Joel Davis and his disreputable eating followers will claim that, no, it's self-evident. That wasn't Jason's thesis. That can be Joel's thesis. Somebody before Jason may have thought that up. Some philosopher 500 years before Jason may have thought it up, or components of it may have thought up the different pieces of it. And so therefore, it's not Jason. These are all lies from the worst imaginable human refuse. We are a victimized people. And worst among that victimization are our white males. But our females, our elderly, our children, most importantly, are being victimized by anti-whiteism. And instead of yielding to the white man who has, with his life, given up so much, every decision to comport with service to white well-being, to bring this message to our people, to end our victimization, instead of yielding to him and owning him and that science for the reclamation of our destiny, they reject me, they reject you, they reject Go Free, and then they co-opt and claim that it was never ours after specifically slandering me, saying that your idea will never work. Your idea is cringe. And then when it works, it was never your idea. That's the white race. So don't ever come to me and tell me, quite honestly, after 3 decades of this, don't ever come to me and tell me how superior the white race is. Because I can look out at the rest of the world and I can see other percentages of other groups of people who behave beautifully, morally. There is no group out there that is going to behave with this much disrepute. So don't ever tell me how superior white people are. I'm living the inferior nature of the white race. If there is honor left in white men and women, they will set the record straight, and we will put an end to this evil age. And that's the Go Free lesson of the day. When you see what I said here materialize in the mouths of the refuse, the malefactors, you'll know it once again. You might as well view these things as signs from God, because God gave me and you the talents that we have, and we are working hard together as a team, pistons in a single engine, to bring about that glorious western sunrise. So you might as well see it as another sign that God himself is with us and the loving work that we are doing. You have these others like Jake Lang and these Christian nationalists, and they express their anti-non-white sentiments, their anti-non-white hate. And then they conveniently, they pull out, feeding the selfish individualism of the white race, enriching themselves, making themselves popular with the selfish individualism of the white race. You see the abstractionists refusing to look at our victimization as we are victimized all around them. And then abstractionist Christian nationalists, anti-non-white Christian nationalists, they will either ignore our victimization with the abstractions, or they will ignore our victimization with their sentiments about non-white groups. And then, like a true chameleon, right after saying, like Lang was saying, that we've got to hold the whole black race responsible for what Carmelo did, immediately say, but I'm a Christian. I love everyone. But I'm a Christian. It's so convenient and revolting and blasphemous. We all know that you're using it for your benefit. If there's anything that is truly loving and worthy of saying that there is involvement from a creator, it's the work that we're doing here. And that's the end of that. All right. Looks like Luca wrote something, but says he thinks it's too long. It didn't show up for me, man. I see where you wrote by homogeneous Europe that he meant nationalist Europe. It says, hope that wasn't too much, but yeah, it's not appearing for me, man. Let's see. Does it show up over here? Tag me with no white guilt. Do this, Luca. Copy and paste it into the thread underneath of the video. Maybe it's too long for the live stream. And so what does it mean with you? I don't believe in IQ slop. I need only look at the societies, culture, civilizations, architecture, philosophy, etc. of the different groups of people to know the truth. Yeah, it's one of the other things I've argued for decades that has been rebuked, and I'm not allowed by so many of these popular people to share, is that it's our instinct, not the IQ, that makes the difference. That's really what it is. But no, the IQ thing feeds the ego of selfish individualists. They want to be told, even if they're totally mid on an IQ test, they want to be told, oh, you are brilliant. Your race is super brilliant. And then they just go, yeah, that's right. Esma is super brilliant. And I'm like, no, that conclusion is full of fallacies that impinge on how we remedy our victimization. And they're like, what? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So shut up and submit to something that is working. Stop giving us your half-baked, half-assed, midget-witted opinions. And by the way, that like persona I just assumed, that holds true for the academics as well. Except that they don't speak as fluently in most cases as the average midwit. They have to stutter a lot, or they have to speak with a particular air when they talk, so that you know that they are absolutely more intelligent than you are. They are so fabulously read. I have read so many books over my time that you couldn't begin to fathom. I have more books than you have bricks in your house, more books that would be larger than you. I live in a house of books is where I live. Don't you know, I talk with this very strange manner, and I have weird mannerisms with my, so you can be assured that I am better than you. No, I come to you like a real brother. This is how it really looks. I come to you as, I don't come to you feigning some academic peacock mannerisms and way of speech. I come to you as a real brother, and I put my hand out to you and I say, we've got to get to work. Here are my ideas. Here's what's working. We need you on the team. That's how it really looks. That's how our people looked in Europe for millennia before Hollywood came along to tell you that, no, you're supposed to be bamboozled by a charlatan who comes in and baffle-gabs you and speaks with a weird air and stutters or focuses in intense hatred on other groups of human beings rather than on ourselves. Oh, Lucas said, Twitter thought it was long as hell. Yeah, put it in the thread, brother. We're running out of time, though, tonight. Tree Godfather, it's like saying if another group scores higher, then we should be victimized. Exactly. Well put. Andorian Nationalist, hello and welcome. I think Azimuth Clark was here earlier, too. Was he? All right. No worries, I'm pleased to announce that our White Wellbeing chat spaces will be ongoing for the next 2 weeks at 0900 CST. Check them out, folks. You heard it right there, and you see it in the live chat. Check them out and participate. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody, because we are indeed coming up on the hard stop when it comes to Spreaker, our audio only, and we do have quite a few people who listen rather than watch because it's easier on their bandwidth and on their storage capacity on their devices. We've got to be there for everybody. This has been a glorious Easter. I can't think of a better way to celebrate Easter than to get with the White Wellbeing team and talk about our victories, talk about our predictions come true, celebrate those who are in various ways serving white well-being, colossal achievements, celebrate those sharing their testimonials, magnificent testimonials, and talking about these efforts by truly outsiders to undermine white well-being and this awakening. I mean, how exciting is it that the establishment and the grifters are smelling and aware of the awakening? How exciting is that? And what do I mean by awakening? The Great White Awakening, as the concept that we use here, is white people beginning to use in large enough numbers the concepts that we use here, undermining the anti-white narrative. But this is what we are seeing, this awakening I'm talking about here, are white people, ordinary white folk, who are beginning to get very nervous about our countries, about our future, about what's going to become of us and our children, ordinary good white people. And they are going to be listening for some people out there, folks out there who have answers, who have something that works. And that something needs to be, to truly speak to them and their biospirits, that biospirit of the West. It needs to be based in love, hope, and redemption. It needs to be a moral matrix, which we wield here, that undermines, that circumvents the moral, immoral matrix of anti-whiteism under which we all suffer. If you're not doing that, you're not doing anything. The big threat is that Fed operations are going to come in for any number of purposes. Maybe they would claim that, well, we're just trying to protect people in the country. We want to get the names of those who are going to commit atrocities or who could commit atrocities while they are engendering that kind of behavior through Jake Lang, for example. That's a big threat, that they could come in without ever done anything of any substance. And Jake Lang is a really just great example, profound example of somebody who's done nothing at all, nothing of substance for white people, but suddenly with lights, with money, with connections, with resources, with fame or infamy, depending upon the direction you're looking at it, suddenly promulgated everywhere, and everybody's talking about him, and you can just feel the inauthentic nature of it. And as a result, how plastic and kitschy and poisonous it actually is. That, brothers and sisters, isn't going to lead us to the promised land. That's going to expedite this journey to an anti-white oblivion. We've got to make sure, without the help of the feds, without the assistance of anti-Jews who are non-white mestizo or non-white Arabs with their money, or etc. And of course, not every one of any of those groups, without their money, without their support, without their assistance, against all of that, we have to win. We have to succeed. We have to get to our brothers and sisters. And that, I submit to you, will be the greatest story that anyone, fairy tale, legend, tales of yore, has ever told. To climb that steep mountain in those desperate hours against that hailstorm of anti-whiteism and self-promoting thugs, to crown that moment when the sun rises in the west, the greatest story ever told. Now's the time to really get to it. Let's rock. Let's go free.